Welcome to another living stream of Goat vs. Fish. Welcome to Goat vs. Fish. Welcome to Goat vs. Fish.
Do you be goat?
Welcome YouTubers to Goat vs. Fish. Welcome Twitch streamers to Goat vs. Fish. We are here with Goat vs. Fish live on the interwebiverse.
Because the goats do be goat and the fish do be fish. Do you be goat or
And it's a glorious versus, and it's a glorious versus of Goat vs. Fish.
And fish are of the sea, but goat versus fish, which one do you be? Do you be goat or a fish? Do you be goat or a fish? Because the goats do be goat and the fish do be fish. Do you be goat or a fish? Don't sit on the fish.
And there's Goat vs. Fish, and there's Goat vs. Fish. To another living stream of Goat vs. Fish. Goat vs. Fish. We already said
Welcome
Goat vs.
to
Fish.
Goat vs. Fish.
Welcome to Goat vs.
Welcome
Fish.
to
Goat vs. Fish. Yes, welcome to Goat vs. Fish.
Now repeat after goat versus fish. Doobie
Welcome to
fish.
Goat vs. Fish. Doobie 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 doobie. Doobie 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 doobie. Doobie 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 doobie. Doobie 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 doobie.
Doobie goat, or doobie fish, and doobie goat or a fish, because the goats do be goat and the fish do be fish. Do you be goat or a fish?
Do you be goat or do you be fish?
Goat versus fish came up to me and said, a goat or a fish, which one do you be? Do you be goat or a fish? 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 Because the goats do be goat and the fish do be fish. Do you be goat or a fish? Don't sit on the fish.
Celebration, celebration for goat and fish. And just look at this beautiful verses.
Because the goats do be goat and the fish do be fish. The medieval fancier sits on the fence. But the goats do be goat and the fish do be fish. Do you be goat or a fish?
Yes, it's a beautiful and glorious verses. Goat vs. Fish, Dumpster Fire Games. Goat vs. Fish, Wow Mom. Goat vs. Fish, John Ray. We're having another Goat vs. Fish Thursday. Love you, love you. Goat vs. Fish loves you too. Goat vs. Fish loves you too. Welcome to Goat vs. Fish, love you. Welcome to Goat vs. Fish loves you. Have you ever done a versus like this of Goat vs. Fish and you begin to ponder, why didn't Goat vs. Fish do this a million verses ago? Well, now Goat vs. Fish does this. Well, now Goat vs. Fish does this. And here comes Goat vs. Fish. Celebration, celebration for Goat vs. Fish. 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 And look at this verses. Look at this verses here with Goat vs. Fish. Ooh, that's from the fish. That's from the fish. We have, behold, a giant chalkboard of Goat vs. Fish. A giant chalkboard of Goat vs. Fish. Look at that verses. Just look at that giant verses of Goat vs. Fish. It is looking a bit fancy, we will admit. It's looking a bit fancy. It's looking a bit fancy. We think we need to make it more Goat vs. Fish. We definitely need some verse improvements. The giant chalkboard of Goat vs. Fish needs some verse improvements. John Ray says to Goat vs. Fish, dude, I don't know why, but this ish makes me smile. The consistency of Goat vs. Fish is profound. Appreciation. Some witness the consistency of Goat vs. Fish, and they are not proud. They are not proud of Goat vs. Fish. But you express that the consistency of Goat vs. Fish is an admiration, and for this we offer you celebration. Celebration for your admiration of Goat vs. Fish. And appreciation. Love you. Hail to the Goat and Fish. Hail to the Goat and Fish. Appreciation. The fence sitters aren't proud. They're not proud of Goat vs. Fish. Although they are quite proud of themselves. We can say this about the fence sitter. Ooh. Ah. Paint the frame green floating chalkboard. That would be an interesting versus. Green frame of Goat vs. Fish, but then Goat vs. Fish might run into it and not know where we were going. Yes, there is a lot to be done. There's a lot of fun to be had on Goat vs. Fish. Let's bring it a little closer to the verses. This is the current verses. And now the chalkboard is just a little more giant of Goat vs. Fish. But Goat vs. Fish, this fence, we've got this big fence in the way, and we're going to make it Goat vs. Fish. But are you goat or are you fish? Are you goat or fish? Are you goat or fish? Declarations in the verses. Declarations in the verses now. Declarations in the verses now for Goat vs. Fish. Goat or fish? Goat or fish? Wow, Mom says goat. Wow, Mom says goat. Wow, Mom says goat. Wow, Mom says goat, and it's goat for the goat, and it's goat. It's goat for the goat. That's one goat in the verses of Goat vs. Fish. Work in 1984 says fish. Let's get a fish in the verses. Let's get a fish in the verses. Let's get a fish in the verses. Fish in the verses. We're just starting this verses of Goat vs. Fish. Fish, please. Dumpster Fire Game says fish. Oh, the satisfaction of a giant chalkboard of Goat vs. Fish. Look at the fish. There's another fish. There's another fish in the verses. 99 LSD OCD says goat. Let's get another goat. Let's get another goat. Let's get another goat. That's another goat in the verses of Goat vs. Fish. TMLZ Rules goes fish. John Ray goes fish. Fish. Fish and another fish and another fish. And another fish in the verses of Goat vs. Fish. That's four fish. Four fish and two goat. Are you goat? Are you fish? Work in 1984 says fish. And it looks like we have here for Goat vs. Fish. The chat of Goat vs. Fish. We need to get that YouTube chat up of Goat vs. Fish. Pop out the verses. Pop out the verses. Pop out the verses of Goat vs. Fish. Pop out the verses of Goat vs. Fish. 99 LSD. Why does this verses not repetition? We want repetition on this verses. We want repetition on this verses. Why does this verses not repetition for Goat vs. Fish? We play the verses. We want repetition of this list of Goat vs. Fish. Strange to Goat vs. Fish. Strange to Goat vs. Fish. Custom order for Goat vs. Fish. List, find more. We don't want to find more. We want you to repetition the same verses of Goat vs. Fish over and over and over and over and over and over again. But let's listen to some thunder tracks. Let's listen to some thunder tracks for a Goat vs. Fish. A classic versus. A classic versus. Goat vs. Fish is going to put a poll into the YouTube of Goat vs. Fish. We must have a poll in the YouTube of Goat vs. Fish. Goat or fish? Like the stream of Goat vs. Fish. Goat. Goat. Fish. Pitiful fence sitter. Forgotten Virtue. Sound about Goat vs. Fish. Sounds about Goat vs. Fish. Forgotten Virtue. Welcome to the YouTube of Goat vs. Fish. Are you goat or are you fish? Ham Mod says we won't be fence. Hey, the larger board is here. The larger board is here. And we're making it goat versus fish. Ham mods, are you goat or are you fish? Fish for ham mods, fish for ham mods. Now we have this giant fence in the way of goat versus fish, this giant fence. And we think that the way to elimination of the fence, how do we get rid of this fence? How do we get rid of this fence, goat and fish? We've got this big fence here. How do we rid ourselves of this fancy fence that's getting in the way of goat versus fish? Hazemaker 420. Fish, fish, fish. Hazemaker 420. How do we rid ourselves of this fenciness? How do we rid ourselves of the fence? How do we rid ourselves of the fence? Forgotten Virtue wants to sit on that fence. Pitiable Forgotten Virtue, you've forgotten your virtue. Oh, Forgotten Virtue. Look at that fence sitter. Look at that fence sitter. Look at that fence sitter. Unification, unification. Unification of goat and fish. Here we are. We're standing in front of the verses. Maybe goat versus fish. We can stand sidily. Maybe if goat versus fish stands more sidily now, we can observe versus the chalkboard of goat versus fish as we conversation. Goat, 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 Robert Hammond, goat. Tear down the fence! Goat versus fish versus the fence! That's one marvelous versus. It is a marvelous versus, apart from the fenciness. They look happy to be there. They do seem quite excited. Tear down the fence! Tear down the fence! But goat versus fish, remember, if you're watching goat versus fish on the YouTube live stream, please like the YouTube live stream of goat versus fish. And if you are subscribed on YouTube to goat versus fish, be sure to ring that bell for notification. Ring the notification. Goat versus fish. We want to get our percentage of those who are subscribed to Goat vs. Fish who are ringing the bell for notification. Please ring the bell for notification. That goes for all of you watching Goat vs. Fish. Sir Pubert, celebration. Are you goat or are you fish, Sir Pubert? Welcome back to Goat vs. Fish. Sir Pubert says, yay, I'm pitiable. Another fence sitter. Another fence sitter. Robo Hamo comes in with goat. Robert Hammond and Robo Hamo double versing on the goat. Yes, you can declare goat or fish in the YouTube chat. Be sure to like the stream once you are there and you can count for double the verses. That's another goat. That's another goat. Goat versus fish knows how we can get rid of this fenciness. We know how to get rid of the fenciness. By the power of goat and fish. By the power of goat and fish! Prue Lawrence, fish, fish, fish! Harwood 420 goes goat. Celebration for goat, celebration for goat. By the power of goat versus fish. By the power of goat versus fish. So let's do a versus, let's do a versus. Let's say we are here with goat versus fish. And let us suppose to suppose goat versus fish. So there's the goat and fish. There's the goat and fish in the verses. And so now, watch this. Let's just go over to the goat. G for goat. G for goat. G for goat. G for goat. One must be fish, as the ocean is mighty. Celebration for fish to J-Rock Magoo. For choosing fish. Appreciation. So if we take the G of the goat, If we take the G of the goat, why don't we just put it on the verses here? Oh no! The G isn't sticking to the verses. Whatever shall we do if goat and fish can't stick to the verses of goat versus fish? Then however shall we do this verses? However shall we overcome the fence? There's a hanging Chad on the goat and fish in the upper right-hand corner. Oh no! Well, we're going to get a team of goat and fish to thoroughly investigation this Chad, and we're going to ask Chad, are you goat or are you fish? Chad versus Stacy is a false versus. This fish likes oats. Celebration for the oats-liking fish. Lysergical freak dick. Lysergic freak dick with the fish. Appreciation for fish. Goat versus fish is pondering now. We remember a scientific versus. It was of a versus of attraction versus repellence, and it was positive versus negative. What was that versus? Of attraction? What was that versus of attraction versus repellence and negative versus positive? What was that versus? Can someone remind goat versus fish? Russell Harwood 420, appreciation for the one verse in radiation. Dizzy Be Busy, how's the greatest verses doing today? Well, there's a bit of fenciness going on, but we're reversing on it. We're reversing on it by the power of goat versus fish. Are you goat or are you fish? Are you goat or are you fish? Go and follow Russell Harwood 420, who raids goat versus fish. Dizzy Be Busy, are you goat or are you fish? We'd be greater if you chose goat or fish. Lysergic Freakdick says will soon be unification with a goat. Celebration. Celebration for your unification with goat. That is a pleasant versus. Dizzy Be Busy goes goat, 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 goat. Unification. Can be trying at times. But you will find that if the goat and fish are stronger together, that you will have many beautiful verses ahead. Dizzy Be Busy goat. Celebration for goat. But yes, a chalkboard that does float, that would be a fun versus. Kipo or Kipo goes goat. Celebration for goat. Long-legged goat. But tell goat versus fish. What's the G is for glue? No, that's not the verses. Remind goat versus fish. Someone. Education. It's a versus of attraction. Attraction versus repellent. There is attraction versus repellence, and there is positive versus negative. What is this versus? What is the scientific versus that we could use for a goat versus fish? Goat, fish. Remind goat versus fish. It's all goat versus fish. There are many verses of goat versus fish within goat versus fish, and goat versus fish goes by many names, and one of those names is repellence versus attraction and positive versus negative. Magnets! How do they work? That's the versus, wow, Mom. Magnetization. Magnetization, of course. The verses of magnetization is a versus of goat versus fish. This is a fine versus. Goat versus fish no longer needs to declare all other verses to be false, because they are all part of goat versus fish. They are just other ways of calling it goat versus fish, and we are here to education on you. Sir Pubert says, me versus stairs. Oh, we believe you can triumph. Magnetization, that's the verses. That's the verses. Well, it just so verses. Price Douglas Stevens catfish. Celebration more fish. Celebration more fish. Celebration more fish. Celebration for fish. It just so verses. It just so verses. That goat versus fish. Has some magnetization. Has some magnetization. Has some magnetization right here on goat versus fish. The very Junjo Ichi-inspired magnetization spiral of goat versus fish. So let's take that G for the goat. Let's take that G for the goat. Should we start with the G for the goat? Goat and fish, which verses shall we start with? Type it in the chat. Type it in the chat if we should start with the G, or the O, or the A, or the T, or the F, or the I, or the S, or the H. How shall we begin, goat and fish? How shall we begin? What shall be the first verses? Sound off in chat. What shall be the first verses? Start with goat. G, H. TMLZ rules with triple H. We have one verses for G and one verses for H. We have Kipa or Kipo with O. On YouTube, on Twitch, which verses shall we begin with? Which verses shall we begin with? We have two verses now for G. Two verses now for G. Three verses for G. A versus I, artificial intelligence. G, we have 99 LSD OCD for G. Wow, Mom says alphabetically. 99 LSD OCD keeps repetitioning G over and over again. We have Russell Harwood 420 with G. Sir Pubert says I. This is a difficult verses. You have till the count of goat versus fish, and then we will determine which one we begin with. Put in your final verses. Put in your final verses. Final verses. G. O. A. T. V. S. F. I. S. H. Goat versus fish. We have Forgotten Virtue with F. TMLZ rules with F. Bayoden 420 with F. Dizzy Be Busy with G. LSD OCD with G. Wow Mom with A. Russell Hardwood 420 with G. It seems we might be starting with G. It seems G might be the verses. You have to get your organization together, Goat and Fish. When next we ask, you'd better have your organization together. Let's start with the G. Fish for life, says Bayoden 420. We begin with the G. Now, how much magnetization do we require? That's something we're learning on Goat versus Fish. Frisch. Oat for oatmeal. Time to strip. How shall we versus? Shall we versus like goat versus fish? 3 verses? Shall 3 verses be enough? Shall 3 verses be too much? We just don't know. We just don't know. Let's try 3 verses. Scissors versus magnet tape is goat versus fish. Adhesion. Goat versus fish. It's arts and crafts with goat versus fish. Arts and crafts is another versus of goat versus fish. You're diverse. Welcome to Goat vs. Fish. These verses were painted by Goat vs. Fish. And here we are. Here we have a versus. Let's try it out on Goat vs. Fish. Let's try it out on Goat vs. Fish. G for goat. G for goat. Make some noise for the goat. Make some noise for G is for goat. G is for goat. And by the verses of Goat vs. Fish. Celebration! 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 Look at that beautiful verses. Look at that beautiful verses. If we're really talking about taste fish all day, this guy's insane, by the way. Celebration for fish! Celebration for fish! Celebration for fish! Fish! Your fish! Your fish has been written in the verses of Goat vs. Fish. Your fish has been written in the verses of Goat vs. Fish. Celebration, your fish has been written in the verses of Goat vs. Fish. We've got a new fish in the verses from YouTube. New fish in the verses. We appreciate your participation in Goat vs. Fish. Goat vs. Fish, they say, is insane, but we're playing this game. We're playing this game. We're playing this game. You're diverse. Are you goat or are you fish? New fish here. You're diverse, new fish. And Bayoden 420 for fish. It's another fish. And another fish. We love this giant chalkboard of Goat versus Fish. Blasphemous flying goat. Flying blasphemous goat. Flying blasphemous goat. Flying blasphemous goat. Let's try moving around this versus Wassel Restbrook. So looking now at this versus, Let's say Goat versus Fish wanted to move the G about, and we just said, we want to move G to this versus, G to that versus, G to this versus, G to this versus. It's a soft versus. We feel like we could even use slightly more magnetization. Although it is strong enough. It's strong enough for Goat versus Fish. Perhaps such a light versus, perhaps a light versus such as this. We'll try a little more verses on the next verses. We want the goat to hold. We want the goat to hold. And it's just such a light versus. A light but beautiful versus. We've got G for goat. And we can slide G about. We can slide G about. Celebration. We can slide G about the verses. Fish shark roar. Next verses. Make your declaration. Goat and Fish, have your debate in the chat. Shall it be O, A, T, F, I, S, H? What shall be the next verses of Goat vs. Fish? What shall be the next verses of Goat vs. Fish? Wow Mom says T. Dizzy Be Busy says H. What shall be the next verses? Hammod says I. We have HTI. We have HDI. Hammod says I. Wow Mom says T. Dizzy Be Busy says H. Sir Pubert says I. We've got another H. We have 2 H's and 2 I's. 99 says S. We have 2 H's and 2 I's. Kipo or Kipo says H. That makes 3 for H. 3 for H. 3 for H. Very Goat vs. Fish. To begin with the G, and then the next verses is H. Goat vs. Fish. H shall be the verses. 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 What do you call a fish with no eyes? Goat vs. Fish likes trappy funk beats. Well, these are beats of Thunder tracks. Thunder Tracks. Yes, a shout out for Thunder Tracks. Do you have to do 4 for H? We will do as many as we wish, yes. It could be 5 for H. Versus was hiding. The verses was hiding. The verses was hiding. H. H. Let's try that versus now. Celebration for H. Celebration for H. Celebration for H. It's H. H is for fish like halibut. H, 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 H. Beautiful verses. Beautiful verses for H. What's the next verses? What's the next verses? We've got OATFIS. What's the next verses? O, we have 2 for O. Ham Mods and Dizzy Be Busy are going O. What's the next verses? What's the next verses? I, we have 2 O's and 1 I. Vote in the chat, vote in the chat. A, Wow Mom says A. GoatVsFish, get your organization together. Get your organization together. We have 2 for A. You're splitting your own vote. You're splitting your own vote. You need to consolidate around GoatVsFish. We have 2 votes for O, 2 for A, 1 for I. Formation. 2 for O, 2 for A, 1 for I. You can change your verses. You can change your verses if you wish. Wow Mom changes their verses to O. Wow Mom changes their verses to O. That's 3 for O. That's 3 for O. Ham Mods changes their verses to I. Ham Mods changes their verses to I. 2 for I, 2 for O. Ham Mods and Wow Mom are versing now. Yerdiverse going O. That's 3 for O, 2 for I. You have until the count of GoatVsFish. G, O, A, T, V, S. We will just go by whatever the last verses you typed. Whatever the last verses you typed is your vote. The final verses, whatever the last verses, you do not need to say, oh, I changed mine. You just type the verses to change your verses. You have until the count of GoatVsFish. Final verses. G, O, A, T, V, S, F, I, S, H. Goat versus fish. TMLZ rules with Wow Mom coming in with the A at the last verses. We have A, AI, AIA, O, I. We have Ham Mods with I. Dizzy Be Busy with I. TMLZ rules with I. Wow Mom A. Dizzy Be Busy A. No, Dizzy Be Busy A. Dizzy Be Busy says I change mine to A. So Dizzy Be Busy A. Wow Mom A. TMLZ rules I. Ham Mods I. Ham Mods O. Ham Mods change to I. Oh, my verses. This is a difficult verses. Once more, GoatVsFish. Once more, GoatVsFish. Final verses. Type in your verses. OATFIS. What's the verses? What's the verses? You have until the count of GoatVsFish. G, O, A, T, V, S, F, I, S, H. GoatVsFish, get your verses in now. Get your verses in now. Get your verses in now for GoatVsFish. We have 1 vote for A. We have 1 vote for I. We have 1 vote for S. We have AIS. Do we have another vote for AI or... Oh, Disney Busy says O is now in contention. O is now in contention. AISO are now all in contention. The first one to get 2 votes will be the verses. The first one to get 2 votes will be the verses. The first one to get 2 votes will be in the verses. AISO, what's going to be the verses? What's going to be the verses? Make some noise for the goat. Make some noise for the goat. Make some noise for the goat. Make some noise. What's going to be the verses? AISO, what's the verses? Hesitation. Such hesitation to vote on Goat vs. Fish. What is this hesitation to vote on Goat vs. Fish? You have to continue to campaign. You must continue to campaign just like Goat vs. Fish. Goat vs. Fish does not relent saying Goat vs. Fish. We continue to say Goat vs. Fish over and over and over again. Until someone listens. You have to keep versing. Do not hesitation. Do not hesitation. A, I, S, and O are all in verses. Ham Mods says I once more. Well, Ham Mods, there is still only 1 vote for I, but you are the most insistent. You are the most insistent upon I, but Wow Mom is also campaigning for A. O is a great versus. Dizzy Be Busy is campaigning for O. This is Goat vs. Fish. This is Goat vs. Fish. This is a celebration. TMLZ Rules says S. TMLZ Rules says S. Wow Mom, Dizzy Be Busy, TMLZ Rules, and Ham Mods are steadfast in their verses for A, I, S, and O. Is there any goat or fish? Is there any goat or fish who will resolve this versus? We can't move forward with Goat vs. Fish until someone doubles down on A, I, S, or O. We have all verses. We have all verses. You don't like waiting for this verses? Well, you can just leave the stream of Goat vs. Fish. This is Goat vs. Fish in the extreme. Wow Mom changes their verses to O. O wins the verses. O has won the verses. Dizzy had swayed Wow Mom to the verses. And the verses is O. 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 It's over. Looks like we're spelling goat. That's O. Oh, 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 oh. Oh! The Versus is coming along nicely, don't you think? And so brightly, too. It makes us wonder, GoatVsFish, if... Because now when we pull up on the O, the whole Versus shakes, because it's a strong Versus. But the G, such a light Versus, does not pull so hard upon the Versus. Maybe we need less Versus after all. But we are just learning. We're just learning about GoatVsFish. We're just learning about GoatVsFish. We're just learning about GoatVsFish. Next Versus. Next Versus. FTAIS. Let's get these Verses. Vote for GoatVsFish. Vote for GoatVsFish. Vote. In the chat, write this very Versus. FTAIS. FTAIS. What's going to be the Versus? What's going to be the Versus? TMLZ rules for I. Dizzy be busy for I. We have 2 votes for I. We have 2 votes for I. 2 votes for I. A skinny Versus. 2 votes for I. 2 votes for I. 2 votes for I. Wow, Mom for T. Wow, Mom for T. That's 2 votes for I and 1 for T. 2 for I, 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 1 for T. 2 for I and 1 for T. You have until the count of GoatVsFish for your final vote. G. O. A. T. V. S. F. I. S. H. Oh, my Versus. It has not been resolution yet. It has not been resolution yet. It has not been resolution yet. It's down to I and T. I and T, GoatVsFish. What a Versus. It is the Versus. It is the Versus. It is a mighty Versus of GoatVsFish. It is a mighty Versus. It is a mighty Versus of GoatVsFish. So far, it's an even versus. So far, it's an even versus. It is an even versus. But don't. Don't sit on the fence. Don't sit on the fence. Don't sit on the fence. This versus of Goat versus Fish is a versus of I versus T, and the I is for the fish, and the T is for the goat. We have 2 votes for T and 2 votes for I. We need another versus. TMLZ Rules and Dizzy both going for I. Wow Mom and Baodin both going for T. Goat versus Fish is open to bribery. Goat versus Fish will count 100 bits as another bonus vote. Because these verses could go on forever. For 100 bits, you could get a bonus vote. I versus T, it matters this versus. Goat versus Fish really matters this versus. Goat versus Fish really matters this versus. Oh, Goat versus Fish. Such a mighty versus. It's such a mighty versus. Such a mighty versus. Behold. Oh, Goat versus Fish. Yes, the verses will be in a different font. Prue Lawrence with 100 bits. Prue Lawrence with 100 bits. Prue Lawrence. I or T. I or T. You are a fish, and I is for the fish, so we could suspect I. Prue Lawrence with 100 bits. Prue Lawrence votes for T in a surprising versus. But Prue Lawrence wants T. Prue Lawrence wants T. Then T is what you shall get. Then T is what you shall get. So rebellious, so rebellious. It's T. The versus goes to 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 T. Appreciation for 100 bits for T. It could be that Goat versus Fish needs only one versus. What if we tried just one versus? What if we tried just one centerly versus? Tee it up. Ian Missman, it's T. Celebration for T. Celebration for T. Are you goat or are you fish, Ian Missman? Are you goat or fish? T, 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 T. T, T, T. T. That O is such a strong verses. We're going to relaxation the O. Ever so slightly on Goat versus Fish. Oh. Oh, relaxation, completion. Celebration for relaxation. Got versus... Sometimes it is difficult to see Goat versus Fish, but Goat versus Fish is becoming more clear. Goat versus Fish is becoming more clear with each passing verses. Ian Miesman says, Fish! Celebration for Fish! And as Goat versus Fish becomes manifestation, the fence begins to crumble. Oh, we can start to see. We can start to see the wear in the fence. We can start to see that the fence is crumbling. The fence is crumbling under the weight of Goat versus Fish. Oh, Goat versus Fish. We keep going to the verses and grabbing the chalk of Goat versus Fish, but Goat versus Fish, we have the verses here. We have the verses here. Goat and Fish, of course. Goth! Make some noise for the Goths! 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 Who's Goth? Who's Goth here? Who's Goth? Who's Goth in this verses? 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 Ian Miesman is making noise, making noise. Making noise. Remember, Goat and Fish, if you are on YouTube, like the stream and subscribe to Goat vs. Fish and ring the notification bell for Goat vs. Fish. We are trying to get up to 300 watch hours for every 28 days. That's the new goal of Goat vs. Fish. Subscribe and ring that notification for Goat vs. Fish. We need you to ring that notification. And we are less than 100 away from 2,000 subscribers on Goat vs. Fish YouTube. Get someone you know to subscribe and ring that notification for Goat vs. Fish. Goth Goat. Fish is really behind. If A is chosen, then Goat will be completion before Fish! Weren't pondering that verses of Goat versus Fish, were you? If A is chosen next, then Goat will be completion before Fish! Goat will be completion before Fish! Is it really triumph for Goat already? What is going to be the next letter in the verses? What is going to be the next letter in the verses? Will it be A? Tyrus with 25 bits for fish. Tyrus coming in for the fish. Tyrus coming in hot for fish. What will be the next letter on Goat versus Fish? Tyrus with 200 bits. Tyrus with 200 bits. Tyrus with 200 bits. Tyrus with 200 bits. Ian Missman says, come on, Fish. Ian Missman, you must vote. Vote in the chat. Which letter is next? Which letter is next? Ian Missman, you can vote for a letter. Tyrus has your 200 bits. Tyrus, you have 2 votes. Tyrus has 3 votes. 1 of their own votes and another 2 votes for their 100 bits. Which is the next letter? Tyrus, which is the next letter to add to Goat versus Fish? Which is the next letter to add to Goat versus Fish? Type which letter you want in the chat of Goat versus Fish. Everyone watching Goat versus Fish. Everyone watching. Celebration for Fish, TMLZ rules. Everyone watching Goat versus Fish. Vote for which should be the next letter in Goat versus Fish. 100 bits gets you a bonus vote. Tyrus says A for Goat. Oh, the betrayal! Tyrus with the 200 bits. Tyrus the fish. Tyrus with the fish blub is going for A. That's 4 votes for A. That's 4 votes. 5 votes for A. 5 votes for A. With Wow Mom, Tyrus with 200 bits and a vote for A. Blasphemous with a vote for A. Baodin with F for fish. TMLZ rules still clinging to I, wanting to make I a thing. Dizzy Be Busy with A. That's 6 votes for A. 6 votes for A. It looks like it's going to be A, but we will count down from Goat versus Fish. And once again, 100 bits. 100 bits. Ian Missman, which letter do you want? Hammod says F. Hammod says F. The fish are split. The fish are split, but the goats are going A, and Tyrus the fish is backing A. But your bits and subs could change the bleats and blubs. We will count down from Goat versus Fish. G. O. A. T. V. S. F. I. S. H. Goat versus Fish. A is the versus. A is the versus. Goat is completion. Goat has reached completion on Goat versus Fish. Although we suppose that A has not celebration. Yes, A is for celebration. However, A has not made it onto the board yet. A has 5 votes. A has 5 votes. A has six votes. But if someone wants to throw down 500 bits for a different letter, if someone wants to throw down 500 bits for a different letter before the A gets on the board, it's versatile. A's not on the board yet. We're still cutting up magnetization. Anything's versatile. Anything's versatile in A. A. Hey. Hey, how you doing? Hey. Hey, baby goat. Appreciation, Tyrus, for your continuing and everlasting contributions. celebration. Guess what, Goat and Fish? Goat vs. Fish has registered to audition for AGT once again. Oh yes, we have suffered the indignification. Oh, we have suffered the traumatization. But Goat vs. Fish is ready to audition once more. And we're bringing the giant chalkboard of Goat vs. Fish. We're bringing the giant chalkboard of Goat vs. Fish with us. And we'll verses about the convention hall. Asking them all. With a giant board that says Goat vs. Fish on it. Hey, K variable, are you goat or fish? Hey, 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 hey. It's Goat. It's Goat. It's Goat. It's Goat. It's Goat. Strange how the A of Goat is slim on one versus. We almost wonder if we would prefer the reverses, but this is Goat. That's Goat. And it definitely says Goat. And it definitely looks like Goat. And it's definitely a celebration for Goat! Goat! Goat, goat, goat. Goat, 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 goat. Goat, 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 goat. Goat, 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 goat. You earned it, Goat. A triumph for Goat, a triumph for Goat. A triumph for the word Goat. But the verses are not done yet. Now the Goat get to try to distraction the fish. Try to have their way with fish. What's the verses? Fish. If. What a verses. If. All the ifs, ands, or buts on the fences. Ifs, ands, or buts on the fences. I want to be Goat and Fish. Innate Optimist just gave a shout out to Goat vs. Fish appreciation. And Goat vs. Fish shouts out Innate Optimist, who shouted out Goat vs. Fish and who followed Goat vs. Fish. Is an optimist a goat or a fish? Ifs! No ifs and or buts about it. What will be the next verses? IFS. IFS. Make your verses known in the chat. Make your verses known in the chat. IFS. What will be the next verses of Goat vs. Fish? Talk about your Kill Tony experience. Oh, we didn't see that versus. Wussel Restbrook, are you still here? We could talk about Kill Tony to you, if that is what you wish. K Variable says F. Dizzy Be Busy says S. We have 2 votes for S, 2 verses for S, and 1 for F. That F gives Broken E vibes. It's fish. It's F is for fish. We suppose it could be that verses, but these were the verses they had for Goat vs. Fish. These were the verses they had for Goat vs. Fish. Too bad F can be kind of like fancy. You have 2 votes for S and 1 vote for F. You have until the count of Goat vs. Fish for your final verses. G. O. A. T. V. S. F. Ooh, that's another verses for F. That's another verses for F. Thanks for mentioning my podcast, The Broken E. They'll just make a podcast out of anything, these verses, including Goat vs. Fish. Including Goat vs. Fish. F and S are leading the verses. Each with 2 votes. F and S each with 2 votes. Dizzy and Blasphemous with S, K Variable, and Ham Mods with F. Someone on YouTube, by all verses, just type F or S in the chat. Or whatever you wish. Or I. Or Goat vs. Fish. And choose the goat or the fish. Choose the goat or the fish. Goat or fish. 2 votes for S, 2 votes for S. 2 votes for F, 1 for I. 22 million viewers on Twitch. Mem lem lem mem mem lem lem mem lem, says Goat. Ian Missman says F. That's another verses for F. F comes from behind. That's 3 votes for F. Let's get mem lem hem. Mem lem lem. Which verses do you wish? F, I, or S? And let's get your goat on the verses. Goat. Memlem chooses S. Memlem chooses S. S and F both now have 3 votes. F and S now both have 3 votes. We need more. We need more votes. F and S both have 3 votes. We need a verse breaker. We need a verse breaker. We need a verse breaker. We need a verse breaker on Goat vs. Fish. Will one of the I's, will the I change to the S or the F, or will one of the F's go to S, or vice versa? Dizzy Be Busy says S. Dizzy Be Busy opened the verses with a vote for S. So your vote will not be counting twice. However, for 100 bits, you can push your verses over the top if you wish. But currently we have F or S, both with 1 vote. Both with 1 vote. Goat versus Fish is going to get some hydration while you vote. Ian Misman says F. Disney Busy says S. Memlem has gone S. That's a big versus. Because Memlem S. Dizzy S. Ian F. Hammods F. K Variable F. Blasphemous S. We are still versing between F and S. We're still versing between F and S. We need resolution, and Goat versus Fish has all verses. We have all verses for resolution between F and S. As a matter of verses, Goat versus Fish is going to enjoy some inebriation in celebration of the giant chalkboard of Goat versus Fish. Inebriation in celebration of the giant chalkboard of Goat versus Fish. It's about verses. It's about verses. It's about verses. Wow Mom needs to choose. What happened to Wow Mom? Wow Mom, your verses are needed. Calling Wow Mom. Calling Wow Mom into the verses. We have 3 verses for F and 3 verses for S. Goat or Fish, F or S? F or S? F is for Fish, says Baodin. Baodin 420, had you voted yet in the verses? Baodin comes into the verses. Baodin comes into the verses with F. Baodin comes into the verses with F. That's another vote for F. That's another versus for F. We have until the count of Goat versus Fish. Wow Mom goes F. G. O. A. T. V. S. F. I. S. H. It's F. It's effing F. It's effing F. It's effing F. F. Say it with us now. Goat versus Fish is a celebration. Goat versus Fish is a celebration. It's Goat versus Fish Thursday. Let's celebration that F. Let's celebration that F. 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 It sort of looks like a bootleg E with a broken leg. Well, bootleg E with a broken leg? Well, maybe. Well, maybe. Maybe you should take it up with Michael. Maybe Michael is to blame. Who is Michael, you may ask? The unpaid intern of Goat vs. Fish? No. Take it up with Michael's Arts and Crafts. Take it up with Michael's Arts and Crafts. They sold this F to Goat vs. Fish. They sold this F to Goat vs. Fish. It's still worth a celebration. It's 1/4 of fish. Oh, yes. It's the whole fish. Guess what, Goat and Fish? Goat vs. Fish. And we will announce again soon, but Goat vs. Fish is announcing a zine. Goat vs. Fish is announcing a Goat vs. Fish zine. Goat vs. Fish is announcing a Goat vs. Fish zine with aim for publication 2 months from now. 8-page zine, Goat vs. Fish zine. If you want the Goat vs. Fish zine mailed to you, Hammond says, nice, a zine, count me in. Well, if you want the zine, we want you to join the Patreon of Goat vs. Fish. That's the verses. Count me in. We may find other ways to get you the zine, but for now, you either have to get the zine. That's fine by me, says Hammond. Celebration. Hammods, please become a $5 American dollars a month. Please join the $5 American dollars a month tier of Goat vs. Fish. Not only will you get the new stickers of Goat vs. Fish, not only will you get stickers from when new stickers come from Goat vs. Fish, but you will also get the zine of Goat vs. Fish, and you will get your name listed on future YouTube videos of Goat vs. Fish. Are we getting a new patron right here, right now? That sounds great to Goat vs. Fish. Beautiful patronage, beautiful patronage. Beautiful patronage of Goat vs. Fish. $5 American dollars, $5 American dollars a month. Soon, your $5 American dollars a month will be worth, say it with Goat vs. Fish,
Nothing.
Due to massive inflation. So why not spend nothing on Goat vs. Fish for just $5 American dollars a month? F. F, 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 F. Sorry, fence creature. Oh! Hammods is now a patron of Goat vs. Fish. Goat vs. Fish checking the evidence. The fence weakens. The fence weakens every verses. $5 American dollars, $5 American dollars a month. And be sure to sign up as the name that you want listed on future Goat vs. Fish videos. Hammods has become a $5 American dollar a month patron of Goat vs. Fish. A $5 American dollar a month patron of Goat vs. Fish. Celebration, 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 celebration for Hammods. Celebration. Celebration, celebration. Celebration, celebration for Hammods, the newest patron of Goat vs. Fish. The newest patron of Goat vs. Fish. A celebration, a big celebration for Hammods. A celebration and a salutation for ham mods for their contribution to Goat vs. Fish, for joining Goat vs. Fish, for joining the Patreon of Goat vs. Fish. Yes! Yes! Celebration! Celebration for ham mods! Ham! 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 Mods! 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 Ham appreciation for ham mods!
Well, Goat vs. Fish came up to me and said, a goat
Ham
or a
mods,
fish,
yes! Give it up for ham mods!
do you be goat or a fish? Do you be goat or a fish? Do you be goat or a fish? Because the goats do be goat and the fish do be fish. Do you be goat or a fish? Don't sit on the fence. Because the goats do be goat and the fish do be fish. The video man sitter sits on the fence. But the goats do be goat and the fish do be fish. Do you be goat or a fish?
Celebration for ham mods! Make some noise for the goat, make some noise for the goat. Make some noise for the goat, make some noise for the goat. Celebration Thunder Tracks. Welcome again to Goat vs. Fish. Welcome again to Goat vs. Fish. Ham Mods is the latest patron of Goat vs. Fish. Zlata is awesome. Are you goat or are you fish? And guess what, Goat and Fish? Zlata is awesome is going to help Goat vs. Fish creation the first zine of Goat vs. Fish. Guess what, Zlata is awesome? Ham Mods has joined the Goat vs. Fish Patreon in order to receive the zine of Goat vs. Fish. It's a real versus. It's a real versus. Zlata is awesome. You're awesome for your support of Goat vs. Fish. Zlata is awesome will be helping Goat vs. Fish to make the first zine of Goat vs. Fish. And Goat and Fish, if you wish to submit to the first zine of Goat vs. Fish, then you can send an email to goatvsfish@gmail.com. You can send an email to goatvsfish@gmail.com with the subject zine submission. If you have some art you want to put in the zine, or if you have a quotation, even just some poetry of Goat vs. Fish that you want to put in the zine. Whatever, if you want to make a contribution or a picture of a goat or a fish, if you have something you want to put in the zine of Goat vs. Fish, or maybe a memory of Goat vs. Fish. Anything that you want to put in the zine of Goat vs. Fish, you can put in the zine of Goat vs. Fish. Perhaps we will accept it if you email it to goatvsfish@gmail.com. Maybe your verses will get in the zine. Celebration for Ham Mods for joining the Patreon patron of Goat vs. Fish. Freaky TV Kick, W Goat vs. Fish, W Goat vs. Fish. Freaky TV Kick is in the verses. Freaky TV Kick is in the verses. Well, if Freaky TV Kick is in the verses, then why don't we go live on Kick? We're late in the middle of the verses. You'll be joining the middle of the verses, but if Freaky TV is going to show up to Goat vs. Fish, then Goat vs. Fish is out of excuses. And we'll go live on Kick right this very verses. We'll triple the verses. We'll triple the verses. Triple the verses. We'll triple the verses. We'll try tripling the verses. Once more. Goat vs. Fish. Edit the info of Goat vs. Fish. Goat vs. Fish. Giant chalkboard. Arts and crafts. Goat and fish. And Goat vs. Fish going live on Kick right this very verses. Goat vs. Fish should be live on Kick right now on Goat vs. Fish. And Goat vs. Fish is live on Kick right now on Goat vs. Fish. Celebration. Celebration, Goat vs. Fish. We're kicking it with Goat vs. Fish. We're kicking it with Goat vs. Fish. Welcome, kickers, to Goat vs. Fish. Here's the kicker. We already started the stream on Twitch and YouTube, but now you too get the verses. And you can thank Freaky TV for bringing Goat vs. Fish to you on Kick. Freaky TV never giving up on Goat vs. Fish. And Goat vs. Fish won't give up on you. Goat vs. Fish won't give up on you. As you can see, we have a giant chalkboard of Goat vs. Fish. But there's some fanciness in the way that still needs resolution. Freaky TV, are you Goat or Fish? Lotta is awesome, are you Goat or Fish? Ham mods. Ham mods. We should make ham mods a VIP on Goat vs. Fish. Ham mods, you are going to become a VIP on Goat vs. Fish. You are going to become a VIP on Goat vs. Fish. You are going to become a VIP on Goat vs. Fish. You're going to become a VIP on Goat vs. Fish. Because you are. 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 Because you are a Patreon patron of Goat vs. Fish. And as a Patreon patron of Goat vs. Fish, we think you deserve verses. We think you deserve verses to be a VIP on Goat vs. Fish. What do you say to this? And Mods is now a VIP on Goat vs. Fish. All $5 and up patrons, all $5 and up patrons will become a VIP on Goat vs. Fish. Now let the verses continue. Is Goat vs. Fish? Why, yes it is. It is Goat vs. Fish. Is a goat? A goat is a fish a fish? Why, yes it is. Why, yes it is. Are you goat or fish? Do you be goat or fish? Is magnetic tape a goat or a fish? Is a pair of scissors a goat or a fish? Is Goat vs. Fish a goat or a fish? Is such a powerful versus. It is. It is. It is. It is. It is. It is. Mitch the Mexican says, today I'm fish. Celebration for fish. Celebration for fish. GVF, can we see your kick chat as well? Can you? Yes. Yes, Goat versus Fish can. Freaky TV has declared goat. Celebration for goat. Freaky goat. Freaky goat! Due to work versus fish is the one. Fish is the one. Celebration for fish. Type I in the chat. Type I in the chat if you think that I should be the next verses. Type S in the chat if you think the next verses should be S. Zlata goes goat. Zlata goes goat. Type I in the chat if you want it to be I. Type S if you want it to be S. It's I versus S. I versus S is now goat versus fish. I versus S is now goat versus fish. We have Zlata is awesome with I. We have Zlata is awesome with I. We have Blasphemous with S. We have Mitch the Mexican with I. Mitch the Mexican says S is for fence sitters. Oh, my verses. Ian Misman says S is S. So we have S. We have 2 for S. We have 2 for I. Ian and Blasphemous go S, and Zlata and Mitch go I. That's 2 for S, 2 for I. Do we have any other to declare? That means you too, Freaky TV. Just type S or I into the chat. Does your SI joint hurt too much? Maybe you've been sitting on fences for too long. Maybe you should choose goat or fish. 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 Have you ever pondered this? Have you ever pondered this? Have you ever pondered this? Put your S's and your I's in the chat of goat versus fish. It is 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 goat versus fish. Disney Busy says S. Ham Mod says S. Freaky TV says S. Ian Missmon says S. Looks like it's S. 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 Who wants to get some S? Goat versus fish is always looking to get some S. Celebration for S. Celebration for S. Celebration for S. Celebration for S. Who loves goat versus fish? Who loves goat versus fish? Who loves goat versus fish? Goat versus fish, ask if are you goat or fish? Don't sit on the fences, don't sit on the fence, if they fence. Are you goat or fish? Goat versus fish, land and sea. Goat versus fish, which one is you and which one is me? Don't sit on the fence, don't sit on the fence. Choose goat or fish, we're asking, are you goat or are you fish, or are you goat or are you fish? Yes! Time for S to go on the verses. The verses is coming together. And the fence is weaker still, and the fence is weaker still. And the fence is weaker still. The fence is weaker still. That leaves us one verses. That leaves just one verses. That leaves just one verses. That leaves just one verses. And a fitting verses for the final verses. I. So much of goat versus fish depends on I. Some say we perceive goat versus fish with our eye. Some say that the fish's eyes can be a scary verses. Others, commentation on the rectangular eye of goat. But isn't goat versus fish really about that eye? Really about that eye? Are you goat or fish? Are we goat or fish? Are they goat or fish? Am I goat or fish? Because it's about you. And if it's about you, it's about I. If it's about you, it's about I. I in the affirmation. I, you say to goat versus fish. I. And when you're asked the one true question, I, says the fence sitter to goat versus fish. I is a big versus in goat versus fish. I. But of course, if we are too concerned with our I-ness, the eye does resemble the post of a fence. When too many eyes get together, it is very much like a fence. Very much like a fence. When too many eyes get together, it is a bit like a fence. So concerned with ourselves do we become. So obsession with the fact that we are only one, that we are only one. I am the only one. The fence sitter says, I am the only one. Even as they are surrounded by other fence sitters who sit on the fence. I am the only one. I am so very special. And you are, but it only goes so far. I don't have to choose goat or fish. I can be both a goat and a fish. I. It's all about I. It's all about I. Don't let your eyes become too big for your verses. Or it is the fence for you. It is the fence for you. Are you goat or are you fish? Let your eyes reveal what is beyond the fence. What is beyond the fence? Let your eyes reveal the verses of goat versus fish. But only if you can see, only if you can perceive, only if you can perceive, and your eyes can deceive, your eyes can deceive. Am I goat or fish? Are you goat or fish? I is a critical verses in the verses of goat versus fish. Celebration for I! Celebration for I! Am I goat or fish? 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 Am I goat or am I fish? We think that could be a YouTube video of goat versus fish. We could do a whole verses on I. We could do a whole verses on every letter of the alphabetization. We could do a whole verses on every letter of the alphabetization of goat versus fish. And Big Smelly Hole, welcome to Goat versus Fish. 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 But I thought the Goat versus Fish is a fence sitter. What did you say to Goat versus Fish? Do not question Goat versus Fish. We think this deserves a song of Goat versus Fish. We think this deserves a song of Goat versus Fish. So we're going to Fatality says fish dis. Oh, we'll fish it all right. We'll fish it all right. So let's get a song of Goat versus Fish going on Goat versus Fish in celebration of I. In celebration of I. Is there a V and another S? Oh, you just wait for Goat versus Fish. You just wait for Goat versus Fish. Bonus Creature says that was a wonderful verse. His appreciation Bonus Creature says I goat. Bonus Creature says I goat. Let's get that goat. Let's get that goat. Whoa. let's plug into Goat vs. Fish and let's sing a song about I. Let's sing a little verses about I. Let's get I. And the verses go something like this. Please disable ad blocker to use auto scroll for free. Oh no. It's getting fancy. It's getting fancy over here. It's getting fancy over here on tabsultimateguitar.com. Ooga chaka, ooga chaka, ooga 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 chaka, ooga chaka, ooga chaka, ooga 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 chaka, ooga chaka, ooga chaka, ooga 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 chaka, ooga chaka, ooga chaka, ooga 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 chaka. I can't stop this feeling deep inside of me. Oh, fish, you don't realize how you versus me. Oh, when it is you verse me in your hoof so tight, let them know everything is alright. 'Cause I am hooked on a verses. I'm high on conceiving if you're a goat or fish. Oh, fish as sweet as candy. The taste is on my mind. Oh, goat, you got me thirsty for another Goat vs. Fish Thursday time. No, I've got a fence for you, goat. I just need a verse. I'll just say I'm a victim if I can for sure. Because I am a goat or a fish. I'm high on the fences, but will you versus me? You goat or a fish. Am I on receiving the one true verses? I'm hooked on a verses. Yes, I am goat versus fish, and I'm gonna ask you the one Are you a goat or fish? I'm hooked on a verses. I. Such a powerful verses is I. Such a powerful verses is I. Such a powerful verses is I. And happy Goat vs. Fish Thursday from Julie and Mr. Humdinger. From Julie and Mr. Humdinger. Celebration. A shout out for Julie and Mr. Humdinger. Refreshing your stream. Legend appreciation. YLAB. YLAB appreciation. Goat versus fish. Goat versus fish is goat versus fish. And it is what it is. Goat versus fish, the mighty goat fish. Goat versus fish is a goat and a fish. And the goat and fish versus. Goat versus fish brings the verses to you. We promise the verses we tell you are true. What's goat versus fish? You haven't a clue. But it is something to do. It is something to do, and it comes from within you. Welcome, kickers, to Goat vs. Fish. Welcome, kickers, to Goat vs. Fish. We don't have our alerts up right now, but a celebration to YLA_B, who we believe follows Goat vs. Fish and maybe rated Goat vs. Fish. Celebration for Goat. Celebration for Goat. Celebration for Goat. Celebration for fish. Celebration for fish. Celebration for fish. Goat are always versus the fish. Fish are always versus the goat. And it was written and it was wrote that goat versus fish and fish versus goat. If that doesn't make any sense, just don't sit on the fence. Goat versus fish is a thing that we say, like how do you do, or have a nice day. and the unity of goat fish. Goat versus fish. Celebration for goat versus fish. Celebration for goat versus fish. And we'll see you next time. Fish rock, goat roll. We'll see you next versus Ian Misman. Follow Goat versus Fish. Subscribe to Goat versus Fish. All the verses. All the verses of Goat versus Fish. All the verses of Goat versus Fish. It's I. It is I. It is I. It is I. '99 OCD. Very nice verses. Very nice verses. Very nice verses. Very nice verses. Welcome, 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 kickers to Goat versus Fish. Welcome, kickers to Goat versus Fish. Are you goat or are you fish, kickers? Come on, kickers. Don't hesitation. Don't hesitation. Don't hesitation. We know you're out there. We know you're out there with Goat versus Fish. And we're waiting for you. We're waiting for you to follow Goat versus Fish. Surely Kick isn't just a place that's just infested with fence bots. Surely some of you want to follow Goat versus Fish and participation in the one true verses of Goat versus Fish, the real verses. Hon mono no vasezu desu yo. Hon mono da yo, hon mono no vasezu desu yo. Hon mono da ze. Yagi vasezu sakana desu yo. Celebration for I! GoatVsFish! Celebration for GoatVsFish! Celebration for GoatVsFish! Celebration for GoatVsFish! Celebration for GoatVsFish! It does look. That F does look a bit. We wonder, GoatVsFish, we could just, by the power of GoatVsFish, we could just, we could see what we saw. We could make it. We could make it more, as you say. We could make it more F-ly. But GoatVsFish, we do not despair. But we do not despair. We do not despair. It's definitely GoatVsFish. It's still definitely GoatVsFish. And we've got verses. We've got verses. Speaking of verses that we've got, what about the verses we've got? What about the verses, ham mods? What about the verses? What about the verses? What about the verses? What about the verses? The verses of GoatVsFish. Are you goat or fish? Are you goat or are you fish? Let's look at that verses. Let's look at that verses. Let's look at that verses. Let's look at that verses of goat versus fish. We've got the goat and we've got the fish. Let's get that verses of goat versus fish. Let's get that verses of goat versus fish. Versus, 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 versus. Versus! You will see that the verses is a different font from the goat and fish. To distinguish goat versus fish. Isn't that a beautiful celebration? Look at that beautiful celebration of goat versus fish. Just look at that celebration of goat versus fish. Just look at that goat versus fish live on Goat versus Fish, live on Goat versus Fish on YouTube and Twitch and Kick. Look at Goat versus Fish. What a beautiful celebration. What a beautiful celebration of Goat versus Fish. If anyone doubts what's happening on Goat versus Fish, now you know it's Goat versus Fish. It's Goat versus Fish. And we think this is perfect. We think this is perfect for America's Got Talent. Doesn't it look very verse American? Doesn't it look very verse American for America's Got Talent? Goat versus Fish? Verse America. It kind of looks like verse America, doesn't it? Red versus blue. We don't know which one is red and which one is blue, but we do know that it's red versus blue, or that it's blue versus red, and that, but actually it's goat versus fish. It looks very verse American. It looks very goat versus fish. So now Goat versus Fish can go about. Goat versus Fish can go about, and we can ask everyone at AGT, are you goat or are you fish? And we can make it written. Who's goat and who's fish? And it's a big versus. It's a big celebration. It's a big celebration. It's a big celebration now that we have Goat versus Fish. New Vegas, 10,000. Welcome to Goat versus Fish. New Vegas, 10,000. Are you goat or are you fish? Are you goat or are you fish? We're going to make it written on Goat versus Fish. Are you goat or are you fish? Celebration. We got our new verses. We got our new verses. We got our new Goat versus Fish. Are you goat or are you fish? Goat. New Vegas has chosen goat. Celebration for goat. Celebration for goat. Goat. Goat, 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 goat. What a beautiful verses of Goat versus Fish. What a beautiful, beautiful verses of Goat versus Fish. This is what we've been waiting for, Goat and Fish. And Goat versus Fish has meticulously painted these goat and fish. Has meticulously painted these goat and fish. So now we have Goat versus Fish. Of course, we could have illustrationed Goat versus Fish, but this just looks very special to Goat versus Fish. This took some effort of Goat versus Fish. You look at this and you say, "Wow, Goat versus Fish! You really tried hard to Goat versus Fish. You really did it, Goat versus Fish." And we can take this to the conventions, and we can roll around the verses. And we can just be pushing this verses all around the conventions, and it always says goat versus fish, and we're always asking everyone, are you goat or are you fish? Now, there's another verses that we could do where we could actually put goat versus fish atop the verses, like this. But if we did that verses, then we would not be able to do this. Goat versus fish. Goat versus fish, the reversible verses. The reversible verses of goat versus fish. There's a whole other side to goat versus fish. There's a whole other side to goat versus fish. Did you have to modify that verses, or did it come with the chalkboard on it? There was no modification for the verses. We just had to make sure that the goat were versing the fish. So we reverse the verses here. But now, once again, we had a beautiful verses of goat versus fish, but then nothing for goat versus fish. So there's goat versus fish once more. So what are we going to have to put on the other verses? What do we put on the reverse of goat versus fish? And goat versus fish is thinking that we need to put on the reverse of goat versus fish a call to action for all of the goat and fish that might be watching goat versus fish. And the question is, goat or fish? 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 Goat or fish?
Goat or fish! 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 Goat or fish!
Goat or fish? Goat or fish? So let's see what we can do about that versus. Let's see what we can do about goat versus fish. Let's see what we can do about goat versus fish. Well, how about we start with the fish? How about we start with the fish? Oh, I don't know. What about fish? What about giant fish? What about a big fish? What about a big old fish? We're talking big fish. We're talking big fish. Well, we're not done, goat and fish. We've got some huge verses. We've got some huge verses. Unless anyone think, but goat versus fish, the goat is red, the fish is blue, so I know which one to choose. I know which one to choose because the goat is red and the fish is blue. But then we reverse the verses. Then we reverse the verses and the fish is red and the goat is blue. So if they say, I'm choosing goat because goat is red, and then we flip the verses and suddenly the verses are reversed and they go, my verses. Oh, my verses. The verses are reversed. The verses are reversed now. Now what do you say to goat versus fish? Do you keep your verses now? Now that you know that it's not red versus blue, but that it's goat versus fish? Now that you know. The verses of magnetization continue. We're not done, goat and fish. This is a big project for goat versus fish. And we thank you for being here supporting Goat versus Fish. We thank all of those who support Goat vs. Fish. Goat vs. Fish. Fish! So yes, Goat vs. Fish will return to audition once again for America's Got Talent. Perhaps they will reject Goat vs. Fish. But Goat vs. Fish does not care. Goat vs. Fish does not despair, because Goat vs. Fish will still be there asking everyone if they are goat or if they are fish. And that is what we wish. We just wish to ask them all if they are goat or if they are fish. That is what we are here to do for you. Can't wait to see the audition? Well, we'll see. You may not see it. You may never see it. You may not even know. You may not even know they may not allow Goat vs. Fish on the show. We have been told, oh, Goat vs. Fish. You didn't make that much of a splash, Goat vs. Fish. We don't know if there's much here left for you to do. But Goat vs. Fish has never taken fence for an answer. Never! We'll versus again! From now until the end. And if they don't respect Goat vs. Fish, they will learn to respect Goat vs. Fish. They will learn to respect Goat vs. Fish. We think we need a little more magnetization, and the verses might be slightly large, actually, for the verses of Goat vs. Fish. How do we know if we are got? SMRD 420? How do we know if we are got? How do we know if we're not? Are you waiting for someone to tell you if you are goat or if you are fish, SMRD 420? Are you waiting for someone to tell you if you're goat or fish? Because you won't find that here on Goat vs. Fish. Oh no. You won't find that here on Goat vs. Fish. Here you will only find contemplation and introspection about Goat vs. Fish. Are you goat or are you fish? Yes, we are running into some complications on the reverse of the verses. Go! Go, 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 go. Go! The OG. Goat vs. Fish was so concerned with how wide was the goat and fish, we scarcely considered how tall was the goat and fish. But the verses continue. But the verses continue. Magnetization. Well, are you goat or are you fish, SMRD 420? Are you goat or are you fish? Goat versus fish. We might need a bigger versus. Golden fish. So now they claim we have 29 viewers on Kick, but who's watching Goat vs. Fish? 29 viewers and no chatters for Goat vs. Fish? What the fence is this? Do we detect inflation on Kick? Or do the ones watching on Kick simply have nothing to say to Goat vs. Fish? Shy fence sitters, so you say. Surely they've seen it all on Kick. Surely they've seen it all. And they're afraid of a little Goat vs. Fish? Afraid of someone who's going to bring them some tough verses? Tough verses. Let's try putting this on the reverse of the verses. Silly goat versus fish. So as we can see here, goat and fish, we could get big goat and fish. We could get huge goat and fish, but there would be no verses for or. We could say goat, fish, but where would be the verses for or? Wilson's stepbrother will always go fish. Celebration for fish. Celebration for fish. How come the letters' colors don't match on the front side? Just for your confusion and contemplation? For your confusion and contemplation, we wouldn't want you to think that red is goat and blue is fish. We would not want you to think that red is always goat and that blue is always fish. So if one says, oh, I chose goat because goat is red, then we reverse the verses and say, but did you consider this? But we can get goat and we can get fish, and it's a beautiful verses. It's a big, beautiful verses. But where will be the or for goat versus fish? Because goat versus fish has that versus. Goat versus fish has that verses. We have the verses for or, but where are we going to put it in this verses? We were so concerned with how wide was goat versus fish, we were left not contemplating how tall was goat versus fish. It seems that these goat and fish might be too... We could have goat and we could have fish. We could have goat fish. But where would be the... we want them to see that it's goat or fish. Goat or fish. So we might have to get some new verses. We might have to get some new verses. That's cool, you're playing Mario Game Boy music. Well, it's very goat versus fish, and we put it on a verses. This is such a track. Yes. Conundrum, yes. Well, we might as well get the goat and fish in situation. We might as well get the goat and fish in situation. But we may have to purchase smaller goat and fish. Oh, the musication is grand. But there's not much timing for goat versus fish. There's not much timing for goat versus fish. The versus is in but 4 days. Although we could just have the goat and fish, and when we say goat or fish, we believe that they will know to chant goat or fish. But we still think that we could use some other verses. What's the verses in 4 days? The next audition of Goat vs. Fish for America's Got Talent? I hope you don't have to wait in a real long line. No, Goat vs. Fish will wait in a very long line. Goat vs. Fish will wait in a very long line. But those who are waiting in the line, they will know. They will know that Goat vs. Fish was on season 19 of AGT, and they will be there and they will see Goat vs. Fish. They will see Goat vs. Fish. They will recognize Goat vs. Fish. We're going to give you the verses again because you all liked it so much. Queuing is a national sport. Queuing, like the one true question, Lithidora? Lithidora, welcome to Goat vs. Fish! But all the while that we are waiting, and all the while we are waiting, and all the while we are queuing, everyone will be there. Everyone will be around. Everyone will be there to ask if they are goat or fish. And this is the beauty of Goat vs. Fish. As long as there are so many there waiting. Waiting for what? Waiting for Goat vs. Fish. They're waiting for Goat vs. Fish. They're just waiting for Goat vs. Fish to approach them. Are you goat or fish? Mario versus Donkey Kong? Definitely Goat versus Fish. Lol, you can ask everyone in the line, are you goat or fish? Now you get it, New Vegas. Lithidora, are you goat or fish? Tiffy Twirls, are you goat or fish? Eldergrown, are you goat or fish? That's how Goat vs. Fish spreads the verses. It's not just about being live on Twitch and Kick and YouTube. It's about getting out there in the universe, asking, are you goat or fish, to everyone and everything. As much as we enjoy, of course, being here on the interwebiverse and asking you if you're a goat or fish. Oh, how Goat vs. Fish loves to get out there in the universe and ask them, face to face, are you goat or fish? I should take more walks too. Yes, walk about. Breathe in, Goat vs. Fish. Exhale, Goat vs. Fish. Yes, yes, now you comprehension. Now you comprehension. Get out there in the universe. Stop and smell the verses. Ask the flowers if they're goat or fish. Ask the flowers if they're goat or fish. delight in the universe. It's out there for you to seize. The universe of Goat vs. Fish is out there. Look at the sky and ponder. Look at the sky and ponder. How high, just how high does that fence go? Yes, it takes a long verses. It takes a long verses for some to comprehend Goat vs. Fish. But when they finally do, it's a versus true. It's a versus true. Some say, oh, Goat vs. Fish, you're just saying goat and fish over and over again, Goat vs. Fish. I tire of this verses. I tire of you. You're just saying goat and fish over and over again. There's been no development in Goat vs. Fish, they could say. It's not about the development of Goat vs. Fish. It's about the development of you. It's about you. It is about you and your choice of goat or fish. It is about Goat vs. Fish trying to help you to see the fences that contain you. The fences that contain you. But your brain remains with you. Goat vs. Fish just had a grand versus. Goat vs. Fish, the genius of Goat vs. Fish, you'll see. Go fish! Oh, elder-grown. Got a fish. Oh, elder-grown, you. You underestimate Goat vs. Fish. Okay, we lost some verses there. We lost some verses there when we reversed Goat vs. Fish. John Ray, welcome to Goat vs. Fish. We lost a few verses there when we reversed Goat vs. Fish. We lost a few verses there, but that's why we're testing Goat vs. Fish. That's why we're testing Goat vs. Fish. But at least we have the stability of Goat vs. Fish. We have the stability of Goat vs. Fish. But we lost some of the big verses. We lost the big verses. This is why we test goat versus fish. Is duct tape goat or fish? No! Is duct tape goat or fish? So we lost the verses there. Why did we lose the verses? Why did we lose the verses? Well, you see, goat and fish, this O of the goat, it may seem like a flat verses, but it's not as flat as you may presume. We think we should add some additional magnetizations. People change, goat and fish stay the same. Do they, Paddisted, or do they? Let's try increased magnetization. We must increase the magnetization. Of magnetize? Magnetize? Vent-sending magnets, how do they versus? Goat vs. Fish will take this versus to remind you that Goat vs. Fish will be publishing a zine. Goat vs. Fish will be publishing an 8-page zine, which will be available if you ever meet Goat vs. Fish in person, but if you want to become a zine subscriber, join the Patreon of Goat vs. Fish for $5 American dollars a month. And if you wish to submit to the zine, you can also submit to the zine by emailing to goatvsfish@gmail.com. You can submit poetry to Goat vs. Fish. You can submit paintings or pictures to Goat vs. Fish. Please expect no compensation. But if you wish to subscribe to the zine, join the Goat vs. Fish Patreon for $5 American dollars a month. Oh, goat. Such a screaming goat. Appreciation, Elder Grown. Appreciation. We want to see Goat vs. Fish live on ice. If you want to see more Goat vs. Fish on ice, or Goat vs. Fish confronting ice and telling them, hey, you stop with that deportation. We need to ask all the immigration if they're goat or fish. If you want to see Goat vs. Fish on ice, then you tell Goat vs. Fish. You just become a patron of Goat vs. Fish. If you want to see more Goat vs. Fish, just give more money to Goat vs. Fish. It's a very simple versus. New Vegas, you want to abolish the ice? A lot of fish survive because of ice. And what about goat? What about the frozen mountains of goat? Well, what will they do? What will they do? What's going to happen? What's going to happen to Goat vs. Fish? What's going to happen to Goat vs. Fish? Lol, you know what ice I'm talking about. Do we? Do we? What does Goat vs. Fish know? What does Goat vs. Fish even know? Let's try this versus. That feels strong. That versus feels slightly less strong. We need to bend this F. Bend the F! Ah! Ah! More verses for I. More verses for I. Ice is a scam pushed by the drink industry to give you less drink. There, the easies. But is hydration not a drink? What about the hydration itself? Is that not a drink? Goat versus fish enjoys hydration. Oh, we were not to expectation this versus. Ah, Flavor Country. Is that a place where they try to sell you things that aren't hydration and make you say, I don't want clean hydration? I won't be able to tell if my hydration isn't clean if we just cover it up with some fanciness. Oh, there will come a versus, Lithadora, where you long for the hydration. Fire trucks are actually water trucks. What the versus, Freaky TV? What's the next versus? You're going to tell us that goat trucks are actually fish trucks? It's refensulous. Sometimes I crave the loadration. Loadration, says Lithadora. Is that true? It kind of sounds like a goat maneuver. TML Zero says, I'm back. Smoke versus put me out. Welcome back to Goat vs. Fish. Don't sleep on Goat vs. Fish. Don't sleep on Goat vs. Fish! But it's okay if you sleep on Goat vs. Fish, because if you sleep while watching Goat vs. Fish, it means you are comfortable with Goat vs. Fish. Did someone say coconut water with passion fruit from Dollar Tree? You did. That's what you said. You actually said that to Goat vs. Fish. Artman, welcome to Goat vs. Fish. Goat vs. Fish, what's your Netflix password? It's Goat vs. Fish. The password is RU Goat or Fish password. Appreciation the shout out, Freaky. Artman, we can show you something of appreciation. Fish 69. $69 fish. $69 fish. My bosses are in this verses. Your bosses are in this verses? Many bosses are in this verses? Is that so? Do they all work for one another? Are you goat or fish password? You see, that could be in the zine of Goat vs. Fish. Hey everyone, use Goat vs. Fish's Netflix password. It's are you goat or fish password. At Goat vs. Fish. At Goat vs. Fish. Well, last verses we finished Goat first. We finished Goat first last verses. If you would believe Goat vs. Fish, the cost of all of these letters and magnetization and paint and brushes for Goat vs. Fish was about 200 versus American dollars. If you wish to make a contribution to Goat vs. Fish, you can exclamation tip, or better yet, just join the Patreon of Goat vs. Fish. Exclamation Patreon. Join the Patreon for 5 versus American dollars a month, and you'll get a zine of Goat vs. Fish. I smell a tax write-off. Well, you can only write off against your income. So, you need to give us income so we can write off Goat vs. Fish. Stonks told us that. Give the verses 5. Celebration lit the door over 100. Celebration! Celebration! You saw a new executive order that declared Fish the winner of the verses? We would expectation Trumpy Trout no less to do that. Fish is big in the verses. Fish is big in the verses. Lithadora with 100 bits. But if you become a patron of Goat vs. Fish, if you become a paying patron of Goat vs. Fish, you will also get your name on future YouTube videos of Goat vs. Fish. Goat vs. Fish has been publishing 3 YouTube videos every week and a live stream of Goat vs. Fish. Appreciation, wow, Mom. Appreciation, wow, Mom. You do so much for Goat vs. Fish. Ah, yes. You see how tariffs are Goat vs. Fish. Not to get all politicalization, but politics is part of Goat vs. Fish. You see what happened? They say, oh, we're going to versus you, and then they just versus back. I give you 25 goat. They say, well, I give you 25 fish. Well, then I'll give you 50 goat. Well, then I'll give you 50 fish. So Goat vs. Fish. So Goat vs. Fish. 12-12 appreciation, depending on your timing, of course. Wow, Mom. A mighty wow, Mom. We almost have goat. We have almost achieved goat. Celebration!
Eldergrown contribution $10 to Goat vs. Fish. Celebration. Celebration for giant chalkboard of Goat vs. Fish.
Look at that versus. It says goatfish. 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 It doesn't say goat or fish, but it definitely says goatfish in big giant verses, and that is a celebration. Appreciation Eldergrown for 10 versus American dollars for Goat vs. Fish. Got fish? I'd like to buy a versus. I'd like to buy a versus. Now for the flip test. It's time to flip Goat vs. Fish. Eldergrown celebration! Time to flip Goat vs. Fish. Looks like Goat won that versus. Looks like Goat won that versus.
They're all gonna laugh at you!
No! So harsh to Goat vs. Fish. I think you all could do to not laugh so much at Goat vs. Fish. I'm Space Ghost. Of course, my voice actor died, but I keep living on because, well, I'm a ghost. I was never dead. I was dead long before you were born. Don't worry. My spirit lives on through Goat vs. Fish. Many of you miss Space Ghost. But let's be honest, I haven't been on the air for a long time. It's nice to know that my spirit carries on through Goat vs. Fish. I think that's the greatest honor that anyone could give me. And I say that because I'm being voiced by Goat vs. Fish. Wow, what an honor. Appreciation, appreciation. I'm screaming. Space Ghost is dead. Now all you have left is Goat vs. Fish. Praise Goat vs. Fish. Celebrate Goat vs. Fish. We're all that's left for you now. Now, the Versus isn't truly about how much magnetization. There's plenty of magnetization already. It's about the location of the magnetization, because these may look like flat verses, but they're not flat verses. We could try to flatten the verses, but they're not flat verses. Because they're not flat verses, they don't quite stick to Goat vs. Fish. But that is why we'll just put more magnetization. Eldergrown appreciation for 10 verse American dollars. Goat or fish? Hey, what happened to Goat vs. Fish? Did we lose? Oh wait, no, we still have Goat vs. Fish. There's the verses. What the fence? What the fence is going on with this musication? Stop fencing around. Just give us the verses. We all want it. We all want the verses. We all want the verses. Goat vs. Fish. Oh. Oh. It got fenced. They struck against it. They struck against it! Okay, we've added some verses. We probably need to add even more verses for securitization. But at least we have more verses. It truly makes us suspect that we just need to add much more magnetization to all the verses. This is why we test Goat versus Fish. This is why we test the verses. But so many verses. What's up, S? What does Fi mean? It means that we need the S of the verses. Goat first, Infinite Skyline. Are you goat or fish? So much magnetization. So much magnetization. So much magnetization. Lots of verses. Goat would never fall down, says RoboHamo. Goat vs. Fish was watching an animation called Beastars. Have you heard of this versus? Beastars. Goat vs. Fish was watching that versus, and there was a goat. There was a goat in that versus. And the goat in Beastars was an academic goat. And it was a drama goat. It was a performing goat. And there was a big versus where the goat was walking along the edge of the stage, and the goat fell off the edge of the stage. It was not a sure-footed goat at all. Beastars, beast. It was not a sure-footed goat. And we thought, wow, what is with this goat? Should it not be goat? Should it not be a sure-footed goat? It was not a sure-footed goat. More verses. Now we're just thinking we need more verses all around. Of course, we can do these verses at any time and place in any space. But we are enjoying doing it here with you on the living streams of Goat vs. Fish. Let's spin the verses! Triumph. Triumph for Goat vs. Fish. Triumph for Goat vs. Fish. Triumph for Goat vs. Fish. It's a beautiful goat, and it says goat and fish. And it was written, and it was written. Now, we wanted it to say goat or fish. We wanted it to say goat or fish, but the goat and fish are too large for goat or fish. We wanted goat or fish on the verses. What about this versus? What about that versus? What about that versus? What about goat? And we split the or. We split the or of goat or fish. It works, but it's a little hard to get away with it. The O and the R need to be together, says New Vegas. Or is it just like red, white, and blue? Well, because it's America's Got Talent. Because it is America's Got Talent. We feel like it should be verse American. But it's also a classic versus. It's also a classic versus. But you see, this versus, if we split the O and the R, and we are just saying goat or fish, goat or fish, goat or fish, goat or fish, they will comprehension that it's goat or fish. The verses is fine without the or, so we just say goat or fish, like goat or fish. Then we show them goat fish and we just say goat or fish. We wish it said goat or fish because we want them to chant goat or fish. We want to flip the verses and have the audience all go goat or fish, goat or fish. So it's goat or fish. Have goat and fish to the left and the or. Goat or fish. Don't look directly into the verses. No, look directly into the verses. Well, Mom likes the split or. Goat versus fish thinks there's some verses in the split or. There's just enough confusion in goat versus fish. It would not verses at all if. But the or, but they have their own verses. What if you put the O on top of the or? Well, we could try that verses. Although we do like that goat is sort of on one verses and fish is on the other verses. Make the O or the R smaller. Aside vertical verses. Of course, goat versus fish, we could illustration the or ourselves, you see, if we wished. But if we put them on the same verses, then it would be goat or. We like the largeness of the goat and the fish, of course. We love the largeness of the goat and the fish. If only the verses were ever somewhat smaller, then we could get goat or fish. What if you put the O on the left and the R? Goat versus fish. What are you saying to goat versus fish? What are you saying to goat versus fish? Want to see something really fancy? Double-sided tape the or on top of the goat and fish in the middle. But then you're covering the goat and fish. I don't like that versus. We don't like that versus. You might be able to get it all next to the fish, but then we don't like how goat has its own prominent verses and then fish has or fish next to it. So we want it to be goat, centrally or fish. Infinite Skyline says goat or fish it is. Unless we can find verses that... You need a bigger verses. You need an even bigger versus. This is the bigger versus. Lysurgical Freak says, I'm uncomfortable about Goat being on top. Seems like a biased versus. Well, let's put some magnetization on the ore and let's just have a versus about it. You could hire a model? Okay. That sounds like a fun versus. Goat versus Fish could do a lot of things with $1 billion versus American dollars. But we do like your imagination for Goat versus Fish. Well, it's a big versus. It's a big versus. Well, Mom, you see. Not only would they have to be free to do that, but they would have to be free all verses to wait and wait and wait and wait and wait to be on America's Got Talent and to audition for AGT. They have to wait all verses. And they would have to submission all of the versus to say, I am part of the act of Goat versus Fish, and here's my background check for Goat versus Fish, and here is my waiver for Goat versus Fish, and all these verses would be a big versus for one to even just appear briefly. Everyone has to do the whole verses. So perhaps they would be, but it's not something we can just do on short verses. Waste of space as I vote fencing fish. For fence's sake, and yes, I put urine in my hair because it cleans the follicles. Well, celebration for urination. Celebration for fish. Why are you yelling at Goat versus Fish? Why are you yelling at Goat versus Fish? Is it because Goat versus Fish is yelling at you? Well, Mom says that male goats urinate on their own head to attract the ladies. It's not a fish attribution. Well, fish urination in the sea of the fish all over the verses. Maybe Goat versus Fish should try this. Could it be that Goat versus Fish is looking for Fish versus Goat? Could it be that Goat versus Fish is looking for the love of Fish versus Goat somewhere out there in the universe? Or could it be that Goat versus Fish is looking for unification? This is a nice verses. Are you goat or are you fish? Are you goat or a fish? Are you goat or are you fish? Are you goat or a 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 fish? Don't mess it on fences. If I had some fence sitter while sleeping, Infinite Skyline 89, did you ask the bug, are you goat or fish? Infinite Skyline 86. You know what to do. Goat vs. Fish will not offer you a recommendation. Looks a bit fancy. It does seem a bit fancy, doesn't it? Robo Hamo says spiders are false verses. They're either goat or fish. It is a bit strange to goat versus fish. It is a bit strange to goat versus fish, but it has a certain charm to goat versus fish. We cannot deny that it does have some charm to goat versus fish. Because you clearly see goat, fish, and then you see this other verses and you wonder what the verse is going on. But then when you say goat or fish, you know it's goat or fish. And we are splitting the verses, which is very goat versus fish. John Ray has 3 clownfish. Celebration for clownfish. So if we wanted goat or fish, Robohammer, we tried that verses. And it looked very fancy. Multiplication. Oh, do not despair. What if the OR was on the left verses? Well then, but Goat vs. Fish, we think that would be fancy. North Antara, welcome back to Goat vs. Fish. We think that would be fancy because the first verses, because as you know, you read from goat to fish. But let's have a look at that verses. As you can see, it's a bit fancy. Oh, goat, fish. Oh, goat, fish. That's offensive. The song that you play at the beginning of each Goat vs. Fish episode is wondrous. Appreciation. Which song is that? The Doobie Goat or Doobie Fish? Or do you mean the classic song of Goat vs. Fish? We are appreciation. You like it. Oh, goat, fish. It's a fine stream, though, just messing with the goat and fish. That's the whole verse, is just messing with goat and fish. So even at this verse is such a tiny oar, we would need there to be smaller goat and fish. Or in between the goat and fish, it would be guat or fiosh. Okay. That's the ow, goat versus fish. Moving chalkboard, why didn't you move out of the way of goat versus fish? Ah, stubbed our verses on the fence. Moving chalkboard, you're supposed to move out of the way of goat versus fish. Fenciness. GoatVsFish! 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 It's kind of a beautiful verses. We think there is something very special about how we can fit goat or fish on the verses completely, but we can't get it to say goat or fish. But we can totally fit the goat or fish on the verses. That's a special verses to Goat vs. Fish. But just saying to Goat vs. Fish, you have the verses. Everything you need is here in the verses of Goat vs. Fish. This could be a whole verses. Goat vs. Fish, we could do standing up comedy with Goat vs. Fish, and this could be the whole verses. Just for 10 minuets, we're just moving around the oar and trying to make it verses. Well, we'd like the goat or a fish, or like or in between the verses, or... Do we like the or before the verses or after the verses, or... This is the whole verses. This is the whole verses of just trying to get it to say goat or fish. Yes, we're doing it live on Goat vs. Fish. This is a celebration. This is a celebration. Behold the glory of the magnetic giant chalkboard of Goat vs. Fish. We could do this, Goat vs. Fish could do this with digitization, but there's something so satisfaction about doing it live up here in the verses. And what about this verses? Well, how about this verses? How about some fish in the sea? How about some fish in sea? We already have O in the verses. We have the O for goat. We already have the O for goat, so it's kind of a redundant verses. So here we have goat or fish. Maybe it would be easier to make it say fish or goat, maybe. Put the R at the end of goat. Goater fish. Goater fish. Goater fish. It's almost versible. It's almost versible. It's almost versible. That S is so strong now. Goat or fish? That's kind of verses. Goat or fish. Goat or fish. Can you buy a verses? Celebration Mudmore, you can buy a verses. Want to buy a verses? It will cost you 100 bits. But then we're just back to the other verses. We're just back to the other goat or fish. Wait, a versus Goat vs. Fish just had a celebration of a conception. Watch this versus. Goat or fish? Goat or fish? Goat or fish? Goat or goofy at Rattersh. Oh, we thought it would be goat versus fish. Really thought that would be goat versus fish. Really thought that would be goat versus fish. Mitch the Mexican with 100 bits. Celebration. Celebration. Celebración por cabra contra pez. Otra vez. Now, for the sake of goat versus fish, let's do another versus. This really is what Goat vs. Fish is all about. Isn't this a great versus? Goat vs. Fish. For hours we could do this with Goat vs. Fish. It's a great living stream. Make some noise if you're enjoying this living stream of Goat vs. Fish. Now look at that versus. Silence!
My fish army is ever growing, and soon I will overthrow the world. Very beautiful, very powerful.
Goat or fish. It says goat or fish now. Now it definitely says goat or fish. But that means we need to get more goat and more fish. Because for the verses of AGT, we would need to flip the verses, and it already says goat or fish on the verses. Mitch the Mexican with 100 bits. Celebration! Celebration! Comrade J37 says, Goat versus fish. I ask you now, are you goat or fish? Do not question goat versus fish. Nice try, though. So you think this is the versus? But on national televerse, we suppose on national televerses it will be large enough. The goat and fish will be large enough. We suppose they will. We suppose they will be. And then the or is just a big versus. Goat or fish. Goat or fish. It is kind of nice how the or is actually a big versus. It is the question of goat versus fish. So you just have to imagination that we have goat versus fish on the other verses. But that means goat versus fish will have to go to Michael's next verses and see. We will have to go to Michael's next verses and see if we can procure more goat and fish, and then we have to paint more goat and fish. Yo Mama Cash, welcome back to Goat versus Fish. So we will have to procure more goat and fish. But the goat or fish was also a versus. It was also a versus. We also acquired a bigger versus that looks like this. Some bigger versus. If we found goat or fish in this size, if we found goat or fish in this size, we could get goat or fish. And then the goat and the fish and the oar would all be the same size. We also found this terrible fence structure. Look at this fence structure we found. Look at this fence structure we procured. It was half off. We went to buy the verses and they said it's half off. We said celebration, it should be half off. It's just a lame, stupid fence. Who would want to even buy this? Half off for goat versus fish. Frugal goat versus fish. But that's the most critical versus of all, is goat versus fish. And we think that's a big celebration. We also want to add some more magnetization to secure a goat versus fish. But we definitely have goat versus fish, and that's a big, beautiful versus. Thank you for joining Goat vs. Fish for these fine verses of Goat vs. Fish. The verses of Goat vs. Fish Thursday will continuation after a brief verses. After a brief verses, we will continuation Goat vs. Fish. Goat vs. Fish asks you now, those of you who are here, to go to the YouTube of Goat vs. Fish and subscribe to Goat vs. Fish. Goat vs. Fish, we're going to show you a versus. We're going to show you a versus here at YouTube studio of Goat vs. Fish. The versus is here's the verses. Behold, some information in the YouTube studio of Goat vs. Fish. Behold the information. Here's the verses. Subscriber bell notification. Subscribers who turned on all notifications for your channel. Typical on YouTube, 10 to 30%. 8%. Only 8% of YouTube subscribers have the bell for notification turned on. Subscribers who turned on all notifications for your channel and enabled YouTube notifications. Typical 5 to 20%. 4.2%. If you are subscribed on YouTube to Goat vs. Fish, go and ring the bell for notifications and get notifications for new verses of Goat vs. Fish, please. Let's get this verses up to 10%. Let's get this verses up to 10%. We're behind the verses. We're behind the verses. It would be appreciation. It would be appreciation. It would be appreciation. But now, Goat and Fish, we are going to... Let's Goat vs. Fish. I would shame YouTubers, but they cannot read this. It's okay. Chat engagement, says Lithadora. Celebration for chat engagement from Lithadora. But you can all do this. You can all do this. But now, Goat vs. Fish, as we know, George Lowe, the voice of Space Ghost, has moved on to the after verses. Has been taken by the false verses of Ghost vs. Flesh. Goat vs. Fish is going to play now from the YouTube the verses of George Lowe, the George Lowe tribute, as seen on Civic TV 83. Appreciation, wow, Mom. Appreciation for the notification. Mitch the Mexican with 45 bits. Subscription. Mitch the Mexican with subscription to Goat vs. Fish. Goat vs. Fish will play for you now the tribute of Goat vs. Fish to George Lowe, which appeared on Civic TV 83. Just 3 verses before George Lowe passed, Goat vs. Fish recorded this verses. And we think that Goat vs. Fish, it was a premonition of Goat vs. Fish. We knew it was time to record this tribute because of the fencing thing that happened just 3 verses later. Enjoy this tribute to George Lowe on Goat vs. Fish in coordination with Civic TV 83. Appreciation, Mitch the Mexican, with a gifted verses to Goat vs. Fish. Appreciation. Let us enjoy this versus together.
Celebration.
Thank you for this
and a half.
clarification. We've been wondering about how Groundhog's Day is actually goat versus fish.
Yeah.
Yes, well, I mean, all things are derivative of goat versus fish, or fish versus goat, and
Seriously.
celebration for
Yes.
It's
Even Adult Swim Space Ghost Coast to Coast is derivative of goat versus fish, which makes Civic TV 83 derivative of goat versus fish.
this makes sense to me.
Are we all inside of the Tommy Goat versus Fish Westfall universe? We're all in the snow globe together, folks. We're
Oh, I
all in
see.
there. Yeah.
I got pink eye.
Yeah.
Yes, and Pixar is always hinting at the next movie in the movie that you're currently watching,
That's right.
because Planet
That's
Pizza.
right.
Yes.
So is the
Where are
next-
my royalties? Where are my royalties? I haven't had a gig in who knows how long. Did you buy my set? Did Adult Swim buy my set from me?
Oh.
I don't
found it
like
in a
this very much
dumpster.
at all. I used to be over there now, but now I'm over here. This isn't very comfortable.
Listen, they threw you in a
Oh,
dumpster,
Civic.
and I found your set, and finders keepers, dude. Now I make money off of it. All the
You're
all the
an
money.
evildoer. You're a space thief evildoer, and I'm going to come to stop you as soon as I've had my breakfast.
Mr. Ghost, does this help you feel
Oh,
better?
Civic, you better watch out.
Oh.
Oh, ouch, 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 ouch. Oh.
You don't really know.
Remember?
Does that help?
Wait a minute. You're not Zorak. What have you done with my minions?
Sure I am. It's me, Zorak. Right?
I thought
get-
you
Civic, he's not
died.
buying it.
You're getting
Civic, he's not
old
buying
over
it.
there, Space Ghost. You might need to check your prescription. Get a little update over at America's Best eyeglasses and contacts.
I can see. I have
Oh.
space vision.
Space vision.
I can turn
That makes
invisible, and then I can't even see myself in the mirror when I shave. I've got a manly chin. I'm just one of the guys.
A chin fucks, dude. That is a chin,
That's a great
is a
shit,
chin?
yes.
dude.
Oh, I don't
Can't-
think we can say that on TV.
We're on
That's true, you can't say
Twitch.tv.
that on TV.
Space Ghost. You should try
Twitch?
it out sometime. Twitch.tv.
Oh, yeah?
Twitch.tv.
Is that a place where you can just use all of my stuff and not ask any permission and then just totally dodge copyright?
Exactly.
You've got the idea.
Yeah, you got it. You nailed it
Yes.
right there. Yeah, original
does sound
You
content.
can
pretty good.
watch movies,
Yeah.
listen to music that's copyrighted. It's fantastic. But just play a video game and not say a damn thing, and then people will give you money to do it.
Yeah.
Wait, I've always
Or you
wanted
could
to
be
ask
original.
this.
Mhm.
I've always wanted to ask this. Watch this, watch this. Am I getting enough oxygen? Ah, ha, 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 ha. I made a joke.
We're in space.
Because in space, the oxygen is not very prevalent out here.
You know?
I'm
I
also
don't
concerned
think-
about the lack of oxygen to my brain.
I don't
Yeah,
think
I
I'm
am
getting enough
concerned about
oxygen.
you
I'm
as
gonna
well.
pass out.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Mr. Space Ghost, I love you.
There he
Oh,
goes.
yeah.
He didn't hear you say that you loved him, Civic. You'll
It's
never have another
important.
chance.
It's important
over
to
now.
neg your heroes. You know,
Yes.
if you ever, Mr. Space Ghost, I love you.
There he
Oh,
goes.
yeah.
He didn't hear you say that you loved him, Civic. He didn't hear you say that you loved him, Civic. He didn't hear you say that you loved him, Civic. You'll
It's
never have another
important-
chance. Another
important-
chance. Another
important-
chance. You'll
It's
never have 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 another
important-
chance. He didn't hear you say that you loved him, Civic. You'll
It's
never have another
important-
chance.
It's important
over
to
now.
neg your heroes. You know,
Yes.
if you ever find your heroes, don't worship them, neg them. You know?
Celebration for Goat versus Fish. We did not realization that tributation was recorded in mono, or in it was on the goat side but not the fish. No, it was not in mono. It was on the fish side but not the goat. But it was still a valid tributation from Goat versus Fish. Still a valid tributation from Goat versus Fish. And of course, let us have the cynical Goat versus Fish. Look at the analytics for this versus. Wow. 176 views for this versus. 86 more than usual. Nice versus, Goat versus Fish. Nice versus. Way to jump on the versus, Goat versus Fish. Way to take advantage of the death of a legendary versus for the benefit of Goat versus Fish. A great versus. A fantastic versus of Goat versus Fish. Brilliant versus of Goat versus Fish. Strike while the versus. Strike while the versus is strong. Strike while the versus is strong. Mitch the Mexican appreciation for 100 bits, 145 bits, and the gifted subscription to Goat versus Fish. That is very mighty to Goat versus Fish. And to tell you now of the stats of Goat versus Fish, we are attempting to achieve monetization on YouTube. And Goat versus Fish needs 3,000 watch hours over the 365 versus period. And we're nowhere near it. Which is why we want you to watch more Goat versus Fish on YouTube so we can achieve monetization. Goat versus Fish, the algorithm freedom fighter. Celebration for Goat versus Fish. Celebration for Goat versus Fish. Where is Old Kentucky Shark? In Kentucky? We think that would probably beat the verses. Wasted space. I'm certain you didn't count my vote for fish earlier. This could really change the balance of the verses. Yes, let's count the fish. Let's count the fish. On the giant chalkboard of Goat versus Fish. Let's count the 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 fish. Nice verses. Nice verses. Nice verses for fish. Nice verses for fish. Now we've got all the goat and fish here. We've got the goat and fish here. But what about counting all the bits? What about counting the bits? Should we put the bits in this verses? We suppose we should put all the bits and subscriptions in this verses. So let's do that. Let's do all of those verses here in this verses of Goat versus Fish. Eesh. Eesh, yes. Mudmore, they're saying it looks like eesh to Goat versus Fish. We could cut that verses. We could cut that verses. We could cut that verses and try to round that verses. We suppose we could attempt to round that verses for fish. But we think if we tell them it's Goat versus Fish, they will still think it's fish. They'll say it's fish. They will see that it's fish. They'll see that it's Goat versus Fish. They'll see that it's Goat versus Fish. Always improving on Goat versus Fish. Always improving on Goat versus Fish. Always improving on Goat versus Fish. So Goat and Fish, shall we put the bits and subscriptions? Shall we put the verses points on the front of the verses? Let's put the verses point on. We could put the verses points on the front of the verses. So let's move around. Let's move around the Goat and Fish. Let's move around the Goat and Fish. Let's move around the Goat and Fish just to verses. Let's move around the Goat and Fish just to verses. Time to move some Goat and Fish. We love the new verses, don't we? We have relocation the goat and fish. The fish are somewhat encroaching on goat, but that's just how the verses go. That's just how the verses go. And now let's count the verse points. Mitch the Mexican went for fish. 500 verse points for the gifted sub, and 500, 600 with the bits, 645 with the bits. Tyrus with another 200 bits. 600, 600, 845. Tyrus with the blub. 845. 845, 870, 870, and Eldergrown with a screaming goat. Nice verses. Now we're counting the verses. Now we're counting the verses with Goat versus Fish. Now we're counting the verses with Goat versus Fish. Now we're counting the verses with Goat versus Fish. Prue Lawrence with 100. Prue Lawrence with 100 bits for the fish. Celebration, so satisfaction. When has a goat ever battled a fish? Yes, Simon Cowell spoke highly of Goat versus Fish. We think so. We think it's a beautiful versus. Goat versus Fish thinks that appearance on AGT was just the beginning for Goat versus Fish. Just the beginning for Goat versus Fish. And we have Baodin 420 with 50 bits, 10 bits, 10 bits, 10 bits. Lots of applause for Goat versus Fish. We'll count that for a fish. 50, 60, 70, 75. Baodin 420 was 75 for a fish. Such satisfaction. It feels like a bigger versus when there's a bigger chalkboard of Goat versus Fish. The long promise of Goat versus Fish. Goat versus Fish. Eldergrown 100 bits. Eldergrown another 100 bits. Lithadora with another 100 bits. Eldergrown with another 100 bits. So that's at least another 200 bits for Eldergrown. Lithadora, goat or fish? $300 for goat. It's fish all the way down. Tyrus with the 200 bits, we got that versus. Prue Lawrence with the 100 bits, we got that versus. Baodin 420, fish for life. Lithadora the Explorer. Remind us if you're a goat or fish. That's 100 bits. 100 bits from Lithadora. Mitch the Mexican with the gifted verses. Appreciation to Kenny Roberts, 84. But let us not forget that Ham Mods became a 5-verse American dollar patron of Goat versus Fish. A 5-verse American dollar patron of Goat versus Fish. A 5-verse American dollar patron of Goat versus Fish. And we're going to count, if you become a 5-verse American dollar patron of Goat versus Fish while Goat versus Fish is on stream, you don't just get 500 verse points. You get an entire verses. An entire verses for fish. Let's give you some options. a smattering of fish. For those of you still not convinced about how big the upgrade of Goat vs. Fish has been, here is the old chalkboard of Goat vs. Fish. It's at least 9 times the verses, if not even 10 or 12 times the verses. Massive, massive enlargement of Goat vs. Fish. Random DGen, I love you all so much. Who could make such a contentious decision? Random DGen, goat or fish? It's time for you to get contentious. So we're going to give a whole verses to fish for ham mods for their joining of the $5 American dollar Patreon of Goat vs. Fish. Goat and Fish, we know it's difficult verses. But if you can become a $5 American dollar patron of Goat vs. Fish, you will join the Goat vs. Fish sticker club and you will get a zine. You'll get the zine of Goat vs. Fish. It's the best way to support Goat vs. Fish. And when Goat vs. Fish reaches 500 American dollars a month in Patreon patrons, we will do patrons-only private streams once a month. Patrons-only exclusive verses. Special verses just for you. We're preparing the fish. Fish preparation. You're going to love this versus ham mods. Now that we have all these verses here, we have so much space for Goat and Fish. Just more space for Goat and Fish. You have become a patron of Goat vs. Fish, ham mods, and so you have earned yourself a versus. A versus for fish. Choose your fish. Choose your fish. Choose your fish. We've got a goldfish. We have a balloon eye goldfish. We have the whale shark, the common snook, the mahi-mahi, the piranha, the rainbow trout, the clown triggerfish, the barracuda, the clownfish, the almost invisible betta fish, the ranchu, the pudgy ranchu goldfish, the big-brained oranda goldfish, the sailfish, the sunfish, the rainbow trout, the flounder. Mudmore says hammerhead, but it's not up to Mudmore. It's up to ham mods. Ham mods, what is your fish? Choose your fish. Choose your fish. Choose your fish of representation. You have earned a versus for fish. The flounder celebration. Celebration for the mysterious flounder, the grounder, the flat one. The fat one. You may recognition flounder from a versus called The Little Mermaid, in which a fish wanted to become a goat. But they had to lose their ability to declare goat or fish in order to gain this privilege. Celebration for flounder. That's a versus for fish. That's a versus for fish. It may be small, but that is a powerful fish, and that is a versus for fish. That's a versus for fish. That's a versus for fish. That's a versus for fish. It's flounderific. It's flounderific. It's flounderific. It's flounderific. On the 10 verse American dollars from Eldergrown, of course. Of course, the 10 verse American dollars from Eldergrown. How could we forget? 10 verse American dollars from Eldergrown. 1,300 for Goat. Appreciation, appreciation. And so we have in the verses of Goat versus Fish 1s, 2s, 3s, 4s, 5s, 6s, 7s, 8s, 9s, 10s, 11s, 12s, 13s, 14s, 15s, 16. 16 for Fish. 1s, 2s, 3s, 4s, 5s, 6s, 7s, 8s, 9s, 10s, 11s, 12s, 13. 13 for Goat. 1,300 verse points for Goat. 1,045 verse points for Fish. And 1 versus for Fish. But the versus is not done. The versus is not over. Is there a goat? Is there a goat out there who would join the Patreon of Goat vs. Fish to match this fish? Do not despair if not. For coming up next on Goat vs. Fish, it's a poll. It's a poll of Goat vs. Fish. It's time for a poll of Goat vs. Fish. It's time for a poll of Goat vs. Fish. Now, if we look, we can see there is an ongoing poll of Goat vs. Fish happening just here. The YouTube chat of Goat vs. Fish, the YouTube chat of Goat vs. Fish has a poll of Goat vs. Fish. The YouTube chat of Goat vs. Fish has a poll of Goat vs. Fish in which Goat have 44% of the vote and Fish have 44% of the vote, and the Pityable Fence Sitter has 11% of the vote. Aww. And of course, we are asking you to like the stream there, so if you wish, go to the YouTube of Goat vs. Fish, subscribe, ring the verses for notification, and also vote in that poll. That poll will count for verses of Goat vs. Fish, but it's even verses now. But we're going to have a poll now. We're going to have a poll now on Twitch. Celebration, Prue Lawrence. Celebration. Now, Freaky TV, we could have a poll. Ah, there's a poll. There's a poll on Kick as well. There's a poll on Kick as well, on kick.com/Goat vs. Fish, which Goat vs. Fish can't tell you to go to and like Goat vs. Fish, but you certainly can. Kipo describes flounders as abominations. Let's make a poll of Goat vs. Fish. Goat or fish. Classic verses. Chalkboard, goat. Chalk it up, fish. Or I don't like it. Fence. Or perhaps you are seeking a unification of goat and fish. And it will be 1 channel point per vote. So it's a click fest. Oh, we like the click fest here on Goat vs. Fish. Make you spend those channel points. Make you spend those individual channel points in the click fest of Goat vs. Fish. But maybe we'll spicing up the verses. Maybe instead of 1 channel point for Goat vs. Fish, how about 5 channel points for Goat vs. Fish? And a 10-minute duration. A 10-minute duration. The poll has begun. The poll has begun. The poll has begun on Goat vs. Fish. 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 Let's get that versus. Let's get that versus. The poll has begun. A golden fish. Oh, what has happened? Oh, what happened to this versus? What happened to this versus? Let's remove that versus. Let's remove that versus. And let's remove that versus. And let's add existing versus. Poll. Oh, goldfish. Why is it being fancy? Why are you being fancy? Capture versus. Goat versus fish. Match the verses. Capture the verses. Oh, we don't need that versus. Goat versus fish. Match the verses. Rename the verses. Remove the verses. I'm Kapoor says, you see, that it's a tricky question because whales are more of a goat than a fish since they are mammals. Yes, but they're more of a fish than a goat because they are swim in the sea and they totally are shaped like a fish. You know this. You know this, I'm Kapoor. Don't try to pull a fence one on Goat versus Fish. Hey, do you think whales can smell things under the water? They do have noses. We suspect that fish, when they take in the sea of the fish, they can tell what's in the sea of the fish. They can say, ah, this is a clean place, or this is a smelly place where maybe the goats have been. That would seem pretty versatile for Goat versus Fish, don't you think? Who would not suspect this much? Wow. That's not a poll of Goat versus Fish. Why the fence are you being like this? Ah. Strange verses indeed. Strange verses indeed. Oh, it's a huge versus. What the fence? It's a huge versus. Something's gone horribly fence. But the poll is live on Twitch. Goat versus Fish. Goat versus Fish. Ah! What in the verses is this? What in the verses is going on Goat versus Fish? Reset the verses. There's Goat versus Fish celebration. Oh, my verses. Oh, but now it gets all fancy. Now it gets fancy on Goat versus Fish. This poll has gone fence. So there we have Goat versus Fish. That's a celebration. Duplication that versus. Can we try that? Can we try Goat versus Fish? Oh, what the fence? 17-115. Let's try removing the verses. Add the verses. vs. Fish. Oh, that's a versus for a poll, all right. Oh, goatfish, goatfish, goat versus fish, goat versus fish, goat versus fish, goat and fish, goat versus fish. Goat versus fish. Goat versus fish. There's the poll of goat versus fish. Although now it's hiding behind the giant chalkboard of goat versus fish. That's an interesting versus. But that's okay. That's okay because we have a giant chalkboard on wheels, goat and fish. We have a giant chalkboard on wheels, goat and fish, and that means we can move goat versus fish all about the verses. There's a nice versus. There. Now it's totally out of the way of the poll. Nicely versus goat versus fish. Nicely versus goat versus fish. Nicely versus goat versus fish. Very nicely versus. It's kind of looking fancy now. Goat versus fish, not on the fence at all. Not on the fence at all. Chalk it up to goat with 411, 415 for goat. Chalk it up to fish, 300. 300. Appreciation, wow, mom. Some say goat versus fish is quite the genius. We have scant minutes left in the poll, and we have 479. This counts for a whole versus. It used to be we would do many polls, and each poll we would count the polls, and the number of polls would count for a versus. But Goat vs. Fish is just declaring that this poll will count for a versus. Ham Mod says, I can't catch up on my own. Someone had better help Ham Mods the fish. Mitch the Mexican says, in honor of Ocean Gate Fish, well, you better vote for Fish. Freaky TV has won the poll on Kick with Goat. With one for Goat. With one for Goat. And Freaky TV holding it down on Goat versus Fish. Celebration. Freaky TV doesn't have to be in the kick of Goat versus Fish. Keeping the verses for Goat versus Fish. But Freaky TV believes in Goat versus Fish. And we appreciate that versus. Even though there appears to be Freaky TV and 12 fence sitters watching Goat vs. Fish. Bayotin 420 says, Goat be spamming the points just like I want. We fish in the long game. Ah, Bayotin 420 in it for the long verses. 608 for Goat, 300 for Fish. It looks like we'll be chalking it up for Goat. Wow, Mom has watched Goat vs. Fish for roughly 9 weeks and 2 days. There were some fence times. There were some fence times there where there wasn't a proper studio of Goat vs. Fish, and we weren't getting regular streams of Goat vs. Fish. But here we are. And Goat vs. Fish has been keeping regular Goat vs. Fish Thursday streams and the studio of Goat vs. Fish and the giant chalkboard of Goat vs. Fish. We still owe you a hot tub stream of Goat vs. Fish. But Goat vs. Fish never gave up on you, and you never gave up on Goat vs. Fish, and it is with great appreciation that we celebration. We celebration. We celebration. Goat vs. Fish would never abandon you. Goat with 608, Fish with 301. Celebration for Goat. Celebration for Goat. BT Dubs Kick increased the available emote slots up to 60 channel emotes and 60 sub emotes. Well, that sounds great, except that they're except that with great appreciation for your commitment to Goat vs. Fish, there does not appear to be anyone else watching Goat vs. Fish. Tiffy Twirls was in the verses. Artman was in the verses. Get them to come to Kick. Get them to subscribe to Goat vs. Fish on Kick. The more you give to Goat vs. Fish, the more Goat vs. Fish gives to you. But we appreciate this information. It is true. More emote slots. That's one versus for Kick. We'll give it to Kick on that versus. Goat. Goat. Goat has won the versus. Are you goat or a fish? No screening. Well, we'll see how long that lasts. There was a fish army, wasn't there? But this is a versus of Goat. And in the verses of the poll, we can see Fence with no votes, Unification with 1 vote. The cute verses. Chalked Up for Fish has Ham Mods with 1345, Celebration for Fish. Bared in 420 with 150. Chalked Up Goat. Keepa or Keepo with 2,220 channel points for Goat, and Wowmom with 805. Keepa or Keepo. Nice verses. Keepa or Keepo. As the Goat who spent the most verses and versed the hardest, you get to choose which Goat will be the verses for Goat. Which Goat shall be the verses for Goat? There are many Goat to choose from. We've got an alpine goat. We've got a baby boar goat. We've got a wide-eyed baby goat. We've got a creamy La Mancha goat. We've got a Saanen goat. We've got a chubby Togenberg goat. Stout alpine goat. Dwarf goat. Pygmy dwarf goats. Flop smiley. Bronzed La Mancha goat. Leaping baby goat. Old Boer goat. There's some other goat. There's some other goat versing around somewhere. But for now, these are the goat. Flops Smiley. Goat and Fish. Congregation, Flops Smiley has been a popular goat in the verses of Goat vs. Fish since the beginning of Goat vs. Fish. And now Flop Smiley returns to the verses. Returns to the verses. Welcome to Goat vs. Fish. Blood Buzz joins Goat vs. Fish with Goat. Celebration for Goat, celebration for Goat. Why, we think your goat should be written in the verses of Goat vs. Fish. Where is that verses? Where is the giant chalkboard of Goat vs. Fish? Can someone help Goat vs. Fish? Where's the giant chalkboard of Goat vs. Fish? Where is it gone? It can't be hiding from Goat vs. Fish. Where is it go? Where is that chalkboard of Goat vs. Fish? It must be around here somewhere. It must be around here somewhere. Behold the power of Goat vs. Fish! There's Goat vs. Fish. There's Goat vs. Fish. Celebration! 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 That's a goat. We've got a goat in the verses. Blood Buzz Goat. Your goat is written, your goat is written. Your goat is written. Welcome to Goat vs. Fish. Welcome to Goat vs. Fish! With a giant chalkboard of Goat vs. Fish! Welcome to Goat vs. Fish with 4 giant chalkboards of Goat vs. Fish! We'll see you next versus, Mudmore. We'll see you next versus, Mudmore. We'll see you next versus, Mudmore. Celebration for the board. Celebration for the board. Celebration for the board. Celebration for the board. Now, Goat and Fish, there are another about 40 minuets left in this versus of Goat versus Fish. About another 40 minuets left in this versus of Goat versus Fish. About another 40 minuets left in this versus of Goat versus Fish. About another 40 minuets left in this versus of Goat versus Fish. About another 40 minuets left in this versus of Goat versus Fish. About another 40 minuets left in this versus of Goat versus Fish. But of course, Goat versus Fish has always claimed that if we reach 10,000 verse points, if we reach 10,000 verse points, and as a matter of verses, because of the Patreon patronage of Mudmore, we're going to give a verses for Fish and 500 verse points. The patronage is going to count double verses. Counts for verses and 500 verse points for Fish, putting Fish more largely into the lead. But why these bonus verses? Why these bonus verses for Fish? Well, because if Goat versus Fish receives a total of 10,000 verse points of contribution with bits, subscriptions, tips, and all that verses, not tips offenses, of course. But if Goat versus Fish receives 10,000, then Goat versus Fish will stream for another hour of Goat versus Fish, a bonus hour of Goat versus Fish. But Goat versus Fish, it's already 11:12 on Goat versus Fish. And so the verses will be coming to a conclusion in 48 minuets, give or take a verses, unless we somehow accrue 100 verse American dollars, or a total of 10,000 verse points on Goat versus Fish. But do not despair. Do not despair. Goat versus Fish is there. Goat versus Fish is there for you. Goat versus Fish has received some mail from Goat versus Fish. Goat versus Fish has received some mail from Goat versus Fish. But we also wish to remind you that if you have something that you wish to submit to Goat versus Fish, you can submit it to the Discord of Goat versus Fish. You can also mail things to Goat versus Fish. The address is in the verses of Goat versus Fish. If you wish to mail something to Goat versus Fish, then we will open it on stream. We will open it here in the scene. And we may add it to the zine of Goat versus Fish. If you mail some sort of art to Goat versus Fish, or email some art to Goat versus Fish, or send something to Goat versus Fish, by all verses, we may put it in the upcoming zine of Goat versus Fish. We're going to have a Goat versus Fish zine, a nice 8-page zine of Goat versus Fish, which you can get by joining the Patreon for $5 American dollars a month of Goat versus Fish. But Goat versus Fish has received some mail. Goat versus Fish has received some mail. Goat versus Fish has received some mail. It's a huge versus. One versus that Goat versus Fish has received in the mail, and we should make some YouTube contentment about this versus. But you may recall that there is a podcast called Deep Fat Fried on YouTube, called Deep Fat Fried. And they are a friend of Goat versus Fish, and they consider Goat versus Fish a friend of the show, they say, to Goat versus Fish. But there is a couple of goat, and there's a fish, although one of those goat has taken to calling itself a scorpion in recent verses, and this is very disturbing to Goat versus Fish. Because at first it was a lion, and now it's a scorpion, and now it does not even know its own verses. But we definitely know that there's some goat and fish there in that verses. But there is also, they claim to have a mascot. They claim to have a mascot there on Deep Fat Fried, and it claims to be some sort of all-seeing, extra-dimensional entity that has supreme powers beyond comprehension. In other verses, we think that they're threatened by Goat versus Fish, and so they have They have recruited some sort of intergalactic supernatural fence creature from beyond your perceptions in order to try to challenge Goat versus Fish. And that fence creature is named Senor Tomat. It's named Senor Tomat. And it sounds like cabra contra pez. And if you reverse the verses, it's the same verses again. It's the same verses again. Is Senor Tomat a goat or a fish? We do not know. But we think it needs some asking. So this came in the mail for Goat versus Fish. This came in the mail for Goat versus Fish. Just another big old fence sitter to add to the verses. But we will get in conversation with Senor Tomat in future verses. Maybe we should have Goat versus Fish invitation Senor Tomat onto the live stream of Goat versus Fish. That could be a nice conversation. Are you goat or fish? BMO32 says, fish. Celebration for fish. Celebration for fish. Let's get a fish in the verses. Let's get a fish in the verses. BMO. Fish. There's your fish. There's your fish. Welcome to Goat versus Fish. Welcome to Goat versus Fish. 99 LSD says, tomatoes are threat to Goat versus Fish. False verses. Attack of the killer fence sitters. Sean625 also says fish. Let's get another fish in the verses. Celebration for fish. Celebration for fish. You say you've met Goat versus Fish. IRL. Well, describe your meeting with Goat versus Fish. We certainly would like to know. Ooh. Ah. Describe your meeting with Goat versus Fish. Describe your meetings with Goat versus Fish. Through Yes I'm John. Celebration. Celebration for Yes I'm John. We appreciate on Yes I'm John and the Stay Awake Squad here at Goat versus Fish. Goat versus Fish is a member of the Stay Awake Squad, and you can stay awake with Goat versus Fish. You can stay awake with Goat versus Fish. Stay awake with Goat versus Fish. Me as well. Me as well. Well, Goat versus Fish does not deny it. Goat versus Fish does not deny. Can you tell us where and when? Can you give us some more information for Goat versus Fish to comprehension our meeting with Goat versus Fish? And we are pleased that you are here. We are pleased that you are here. But that is not all. Me feels in Traverse City. In Traverse City, was it at some sort of open microphone where Goat versus Fish played some musications? It may have been. You may have been there when Goat versus Fish played some musications. We played some musications at the open microphone. That sounds like something that would happen on Goat versus Fish. We appreciate you being here. We are so pleased that you remember Goat versus Fish. We link to you now the YouTube of Goat versus Fish. Please subscribe and ring the bell for notification. We are trying to achieve monetization on YouTube. Follow up with Goat versus Fish. BMO32, we are so pleased to have you. There are not too many who come through to watch Goat versus Fish on Kick, but we are very pleased that you are here to watch Goat versus Fish on Kick, and we will continue the verses knowing that you may be here to watch Goat versus Fish. Celebration. Celebration for your participation. And celebration for Fish. Bell has been run. Celebration! Glorious verses. Glorious verses. BMO 32. Bot Colton is for Goat. Bot Colton is for Goat. BMO 32. BMO 32 has rung the verses. Has rung the verses. Has rung the verses, and that is a celebration. That is a huge celebration, and Bot Colton goes Goat. Levitating Bean is back on Goat versus Fish. Bean, 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 bean. Where have you been? Where have you been, Levitating Bean? Was it all in a dream? Was it all in a dream? Levitating Bean, are you goat or are you fish? Are you goat or are you fish? In honor of Levitating Bean coming back to Goat vs. Fish, let's put on some thinky flesh, just for the sake of Goat vs. Fish. Just for the sake of Goat vs. Fish, let's put on some thinky flesh. Levitating Bean with 1,000 for Goat vs. Fish. Are you goat or are you fish? Behold the magnificent and glorious chalkboard of Goat vs. Fish. Look at the valuable additions. Value add to the studio of Goat vs. Fish. Value add to Goat vs. Fish. Bot Colton Goat. Bot Colton Goat. Animal Rights XOXO says fish, go fish. Celebration more fish. That's another fish in the versus Freaky TV Goat. Levitating Bean, goat or fish? 1,000 bits, 1,000 bits in the verses. Is it for goat or is it for fish? We must know. We must know if it's for fish or for goat. Go fish, go fish. Levitating Bean says goat. Celebration for goat. Celebration for goat. Celebration for goat. Oh, the goat is hiding, but that's okay. It can be a hiding goat. $2,300 for goat. $2,300 for goat. Goat are coming back in the verses. $2,300 for goat. $1,545 for fish. Oh, we seem to have lost audio on Goat vs. Fish. There's the verses. There's the verses. There's the verses. Goat! And look at this verses. Look at Goat vs. Fish. We could just... It's like a magical verse. It's like a magical bonus verses. We can just change around Goat vs. Fish as much as we want. Fish is leading the YouTube chat. Oh, John Smith. John Smith. Welcome to Goat vs. Fish. What happened? John Smith, are you goat or fish? Animal rights. Kiss, kiss. You've been kissed by fish. Kissed by fish. Pondering Goat vs. Fish. Pondering Goat vs. Fish. Levitating Bean, the goat with 1,000 for Goat vs. Fish. Oh, the male. We were talking about the male of Goat vs. Fish. Coming to Goat vs. Fish from China. Coming to Goat vs. Fish from China. Goat vs. Fish receives this massive versus. Goat vs. Fish ordered this versus perhaps 2 or 7 millennium ago. Through a Kickstarter. And now suddenly it has appeared to Goat vs. Fish. The Monty Python RPG. Fetch la vache is la vache chèvre au poisson. The 3-in-1 game set. Individual boxes for backer fulfillment in ship-ready cartons. Panda Game Manufacturing, please let the fenciness end. Goat and Fish, the Monty Python tabletop RPG has been procured by Goat vs. Fish. Yes, Baodin 420. Yes, Baodin 420. We have achieved this versus. We have this versus. Dungeons and Dragons is for fence. This is the versus that you seek. Let's find out what's inside. Goat vs. Fish paid for this versus perhaps many, many years ago. And they keep saying, oh, we're developing it. Oh, we're developing the verses. And finally we have the verses. Oh, Baird in 420. Trust Goat vs. Fish. We know all the best verses. We paid premium celebrations for this. It's a premium of Goat vs. Fish. Only the finest verses. Ah, this might not be the RPG. This might be the bonus board game that is included. This might be the bonus board game included with the RPG. Yes, it's a whole other gaming system. So this is in addition to the RPG itself. It comes with this versus. It comes with this versus of gaming. Backgammon. Monty Python didn't invent backgammon, but they could have if they really wanted to. The perfect game for those who wish to appear smarter than people who play checkers but can't be asked to play chess. Squashes les Anglais. A castle siege defense simulation for one-off education purposes, honing one's catapultation skills, or as part of the broader co-curricular medieval reenactment program. Fèche la Vache, a monstrously mad backgammon-based mini-game that pits two teams, goat or fish, against one another in a race to capture a cow and determine if it's goat or fish. Also includes rules for Lombardian version, which incorporates a wall and is really quite unnecessarily brutal. It incorporates a fence. Why did they put a fence in the game? Why put a fence in the game? Deepen your knowledge of British history. Or just vanquish wolves at a distance with the dice catapult. Nestled lovingly in this attractive birchwood container is everything you need to partake in a dice-launching, meeple-murdering madness. All in the name of history. What? Included within 28-page instructions for 3 competitive verses, 2 wooden dice catapults, 20 wooden meeples, featuring art from Terry Gilliam, 1 wooden cow meeple, 2 component pouches, goat and fish, 4 6-sided, highly launchable dice, 1 doubling cube, 30 cow checkers, a removable wall component. At least you can remove the fence. Ugh. Oh, goat versus fish. And it's all part of Monty Python's co-curricular medieval reenactment program. Oh, I'm Goat vs. Fish. Lissy Lou, welcome to Goat vs. Fish. How's the chalkboard? Have a look at the verses. Have a look at the chalkboard of Goat vs. Fish. Have a look at the chalkboard of Goat vs. Fish. Lissy Lou, are you goat or are you fish? So that's one versus, and we could open this versus and have a look at everything that is within. But we'll tease that for the next living stream of Goat vs. Fish. You thought fish was on top? Well, the verses change. Levitating Bean came in with 1,000 for goat. So that's goat. So now it's goat. Freaky TV. Oh. Freaky TV unbanned. Freaky TV, why? Who are you unbanning on Goat vs. Fish? Some of those that you unbanned should definitely remain banned. Freaky TV, what are you doing over there on Goat vs. Fish? Dead accounts, so we see. So we see. Best fishes, what the fence indeed. Lissy Lou says fish, Lissy Lou says fish. Lissy Lou says fish. Fish! There's your fish, Lissy Lou, there's your fish. Fish on the giant blackboard of Goat vs. Fish. Fish on the board 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 of Goat vs. Fish. But wait, there's more. But wait, there's more, Bayoden 420. You may say, where's the co-curricular Monty Python RPG that you were saying to Goat vs. Fish? What about all of this? It comes with synthetic coconuts.
I find myself here where I am, standing on a beach. I realize that I need ice cream on a flavored beach. A jingling sound that I hear, to you I then beseech. My ice cream
That's a versus. 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 And what else have we here in the verses of Goat versus Fish? Now do fish. Fish. We have merits, Goat and Fish. For Goat and Fish who have exhibited stellar services to Goat versus Fish, we have merits. Because Goat versus Fish merits more Goat versus Fish. Meritus tokenus, it says. Wow. And oh, my verse is bean, 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 bean. When you're banging plastic coconuts together, do you ever wonder about your life choices? Well, as a matter of verses, we do wonder about our life choices quite a lot. You wonder about our life choices quite a lot on Goat versus Fish. And many others also wonder a lot about the life choices of Goat versus Fish. It may not surprise you to know that there are many who wonder about the life choices of Goat versus Fish, but you're all enabling Goat versus Fish, aren't you? You're all enabling Goat versus Fish, aren't you? Make some noise for the life choices of Goat versus Fish. Boldly brave Sir Verses rode forth from Goat and Fish. They were not afraid of two verses, oh brave fence sitter. They were not afraid if posts were skewered in them in fancy ways, oh brave, 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 brave fence sitter. They were not the least bit scared to be trampled by a goat, or to have their eyes eaten out by Amazonian piranhas, to have their arses split by the fences that do splay. Brave, 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 brave fence sitter. The life choices of Goat versus Fish, we think it's quite clear that Goat versus Fish thinks that life is a celebration. Life is a celebration, and celebration for you being here with Goat versus Fish. Truly, it's a beautiful verses. Levitating Bean with another 1,000 bits, for Goat. 1,000 bits for Goat. At 3,300 for Goat. Celebration. Celebration. Goat climbing. Goat climbing ever higher. We are now 4,800. We are now 5,200. We are now 5,200 bits away from a bonus hour of Goat versus Fish. Murdered by Spoon says, would goat eat the cockroaches left at the end of the world? Well, if it was only goats and cockroaches, then the cockroaches would have to be the fish, and the goat would definitely versus the fish. Lissy Lou Fish, celebration for fish. BJ Hat, celebration. Jayhawker94, appreciation. Levitating Bean with another 1,000 bits of Goat versus Fish. Another 1,000 bits of Goat versus Fish. Murdered by Spoons, are you goat or are you fish? Let's get back in the verses. Let's get back in the verses. What do we have here for Goat versus Fish? Still looking in the verses. And there's a pouch. Oh, too hot for Twitch. Too hot for Twitch. We think that illustration might be too hot for Twitch. And we have merits and we have demerits. We have demerits. We have merits and we have demerits. So we've got goat and fish coins. And look at these dice for Goat versus Fish. Look at these dice for Goat versus Fish. Look into the eyes of the verses. Look into the eyes of the verses. The dice. The dice, and we have 3s and we have 14s and Goat and Fish and whatever the fence that is, and crackers and Mr. Neutron and the 20-sided verses and so many verses, so many dice of Goat versus Fish. Look at all these dice of Goat versus Fish that are going to be in the verses. The officially authorized, sanctioned, and certified polyhedral random number generators, also referred to as dice by non-serious people, for Monty Python's co-curricular medieval reenactment program. Avail yourself of this complete dice set if ye be worthy and planning to embark upon historically accurate educational adventures, or if ye be just really keen on collecting custom dice included here within and color-coded for quick and easy identification are part of each one. So there's your verses, and we can experimentation with them in the future of Goat versus Fish, of course. But there they are, by Exalted Funeral, for those who wish to know. And what's this for Goat versus Fish? Some sort of decoration. It appears to be some sort of... yes, we see now. A glorious verses, yes! This is definitely suitable for Goat versus Fish. Behold. Behold, it's Goat versus Fish, the head of light entertainment. Goat versus Fish. Witness Goat versus Fish, the head of light entertainment on Twitch and beyond. Goat versus Fish. is the head of light entertainment. Celebration for Goat vs. Fish. Celebration! Celebration for the head of light entertainment. It's definitely Goat vs. Fish. The head of light entertainment is Goat vs. Fish. Glorious verses. Glorious verses. Glorious verses. Glorious verses. What else do we have here in Goat vs. Fish? I would take a pamphlet from you. Well murdered by spoons. Goat vs. Fish is creating a zine to be published once every 2 months. Goat vs. Fish is creating a zine. So why don't you join the Goat vs. Fish Patreon for $5 a month or more, and then you can receive the zine of Goat vs. Fish. A pamphlet of Goat vs. Fish. A zine 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 of Goat vs. Fish. And here we have the head of light entertainment. This is you, Beodin. The head of light entertainment screen. It's not the Game Master's screen. It's the head of light entertainment screen. Monty Python's co-curricular medieval reenactment program. It's the head of light entertainment Game Master screen. And look, it has all of these verses. It has all of these verses for you. All of these verses, which are all quite critical, we suppose, for playing these verses. The world's most pedagogical tabletop partition. At last, the tabletop screen of your head of light entertainment dream is here. The front features a formidable imagery guaranteed to elicit respectful groveling. The back contains all the handy quick reference tables and materials you need to keep your program running smoothly, plus many highly advanced features. Rotating dial for tracking complaint letter accrual. So you accrue complaints in this verses. Magnetic God and on-air pop-ups. Interesting verses. Terribly 3-panel construction. 18 interchangeable head of light entertainment heads. What a partition. Look! A special partition for the master of the verses. And what's this? It was written. The verses you've all been waiting for, that it was written. Public School Edition. Goat vs. Fish got the premium edition. Monty Python's co-curricular medieval reenactment program. And here's some fence-sitters on the back of the verses. No upper-class persons were barmed, irritated, inconvenienced, or slightly put out during the making of this book. Per British Society for the Prevention of Bothering Important Persons, Regulation 462B, several faux cows were shot and skinned for the cover, but they had it coming.
Ooh. Ah.
Why don't we open this verses and just take a peek? Just take a peek and see what is within. This is the verses. This is the verses you've all been waiting for. This is how you know it's a true verses. Surely goat and fish are in this verses. Many a Kickstarter have failed, but this one seems to have prevailed. Fish are winning the poll on YouTube by the verses. Fish are winning the poll. Fish are winning the YouTube poll. Could count for a versus for fish. Ugh. Goat versus fish. Smells like fresh verse. Smells like gamification. You know that verses. You know that verses. Let's look about. Let's have a look about. Goat versus fish. Goat versus fish. Already you can tell it's serious versus. Tables. Tables, D20, type. Coffee, dinner, side, beside, conference, work, cocktail, operating, multiplication, card, snooker, picnic, ping pong, periodic, veg, billboard, idea, time, cons, the round. D4, answer 1, yes. Answer 2, no. Answer 3, the primary challenge lies in addressing the non-renormalizability of gravity, which leads to divergence, and renders the theory of non-predictive. One approach posits that the fundamental constituents of the universe are not point-like particles, but rather one-dimensional extended objects called strings, which vibrate in different modes, yielding particles of varying properties, including their mass, charge, and spin. The interaction among these vibrating strings naturally encompasses gravity, resulting in a consistent quantum theory of gravity. However, this necessitates the inclusion of additional spatial dimensions, often compactified to ensure mathematical consistency. Alternatively, one might posit that the gravitational field is itself quantized instead of introducing new entities like strings. In this framework, the gravitational field is described as a network of interwoven loops, and its dynamics are encoded by discrete structures known as spin networks. The quantization of the geometry of space-time and the Planck scale reveals a discrete and granular structure which underpins the quantum behavior of gravity, causing dynamical triangulation, asymptotic safety, and the holographic principles have been explored in pursuit of a coherent quantum theory of gravity, but the employment of non-perturbative methods, renormalization, group flow, and the correspondence between gravity in the higher dimensional spaces and lower dimensional field theories has thus far yielded fuck all. 4. I should hope not. That's the D4. And we see here, let's find some monstrosities. Ooh, Monarch. What class do you wish to play as? You could play as the Monarch. You could play as a Monarch. Be it goat or be it fish. The Middle Ages were teeming with crowned heads. Some exalted high kings and queens holding court in great fortresses, others little more than up-jumped warlords scheming in swamp castles. Heavy is the head that wears the crown, but at least you'll have considerably less shit all over you, relatively speaking. Monarchs have more requisite traits than other situations, such as the price of their exalted position. But they do get to have a charming eccentricity. All of the best and most memorable majesties have them. You know, a monarch's class naturally is upper, the upperest. So you could be a monarch, like goat versus fish. You could be a Knigget. You could be a knave. You could be an eremite, a hermit. You could be an enchanter. You could be a churl. There are so many things you could be. There are so many things you could be. There are so many things you could be. So many things to see in this verses. As you can see, the art of goat versus fish is very splendid. Ooh, enchanting. So you get to choose which class you wish. You could be a troubadour. And there are some verses that you can be. Monstrosities. Attila the Bun. Attila the Bun. Or perhaps death. Field guide to creatures, historical, mythical, and mundane. Surely there must be goat and fish in here. Keep left signs. Keep left signs. When a goat or fish with more traits on the serious end than the silly pass by a sign, it animates and begins jostling them. If the target can't maintain their dignity, they move their seriousest trait 1 degree towards the silly end. On the sign's next turn, roll a d4 to determine how many additional signs arrive, and the same thing happens each turn thereafter until all the signs are defeated or everyone in the scene has more traits towards the silly end than the serious one. How a keep left sign defends. The colonel, if any participant laughs during this encounter. Whilst the sign battle rages, should any participant lose their composure and have a little titter, the colonel beshreubment is triggered immediately, regardless of whether or not it's the current head of light entertainment persona's beshreubment list. As you can see, this is a very silly and serious versus, much like goat versus fish, much like goat versus fish. Much like goat versus fish. Oh, here's the verses. Here's the verses. They have some standard verses. The vicious chicken of Bristol. No offense, creature. Mundane beasts. Albatross, boar, badger, chicken. Come on, goat. Come on, goat. Come on, goat. Crocodile, electric eel. That's fish. That's fish. Horse, llama, standard. Moose, mouse, sheep, wolf, stag, sheep. Where's the goat? Where's the goat? Where's the goat? They have an electric eel. That's a fish. They have a cow. They have a crocodile. Goat versus fish is going to demand that they include a goat. How could they not have a goat? How could they not have a goat in this verses? There should be goat and fish. We demand goat and fish. In the standard beasts. How dare they? How dare they not include goat and fish? How dare they not include goat and fish in this verses? It's fancy. We regret purchasing it. Goat versus fish. They had an eel. The eel is pleasant. The eel is a fish. But there wasn't a goat. There wasn't a goat. Adam S. says, fish, count me. Fish, count me. Fish, 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 fish. Fish, 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 fish. Celebration for fish. Celebration for fish. We've got fish in the verses. We've got fish in the verses. How dare they? How dare they not inclusion goat after all those verses? We shall start a campaign. We shall start a letter-making campaign for them to include goat. And we'll get you all to sign it. Yes, I'm John Goat! Celebration for goat! Yes, I'm John. Welcome to Goat vs. Fish. We were just reviewing the Monty Python's co-curricular medieval reenactment program, the tabletop Monty Python RPG that has been procured by Goat vs. Fish. Oh, it's a very dope versus. It's a super dope versus. And it comes with this. And many other verses besides. Yes, I'm John Goes Goat. Yes, I'm John Goes Goat. Celebration for Goat. Goat for the giant chalkboard of Goat vs. Fish. Celebration for Goat. Fancy sounds. Adam S. Fish. Oh, yes. And it's double the verses. And it's double the verses. Goat vs. Fish is going to audition again, or... Well, there was a whole verses where we had these giant goat and fish, but then they were too large to fit the verses. So we were just left with or. But we are going to take this with us to audition again for America's Got Talent, and we're going to go around the whole verses, and whether or not they accept Goat vs. Fish or reject Goat vs. Fish, we are just going to go and ask all the other ones who are auditioning if they're goat or fish, and we're going to keep track of the verses on Goat vs. Fish, and we're just going to do that whole verses. Now, when Goat vs. Fish goes to a convention, we can bring this giant verses. Of course, we might have to deconstruction it in order to get it to fit in the Goat vs. Fish mobile, which is a pitiable verses, but it's still versible. It's still versible. And we can bring it with Goat vs. Fish. And we can take it with Goat vs. Fish, and then everyone will choose Goat or Fish. Having the chalkboard rolling around with you will definitely be some content. Oh, yes, and it will say Goat vs. Fish. It will say Goat vs. Fish on the verses. Magnetization. Magnetization of Goat vs. Fish. Oh, yes. Oh, yes, of course. Oh, yes, it's Goat vs. Fish. It's Goat vs. Fish. But we have the goat on this verses and the fish on the other verses. So it's Goat vs. Fish. It's definitely Goat vs. Fish. It's definitely Goat vs. Fish. We've been making this versus. But Goat and Fish, it is 12:04 a.m. in Pacific Standard Time. And Goat vs. Fish promises you 6 hours of Goat vs. Fish live streams on Goat vs. Fish Thursday. And they have been redeemed. They've been redeemed. When we reach 10,000 bits or 100 verse American dollars or subscriptions that have been to Goat vs. Fish, then you receive a bonus hour of Goat vs. Fish, but it has not been reached. It has not been reached, so we're going to tally the verses. We're going to tally the verses. We're going to tally the verses, and we're going to continue Goat vs. Fish. Yes, I'm John. Goat vs. Fish is going to start publishing a zine. All $5 and up patrons will receive a zine of Goat vs. Fish. We think it will be a bi-monthly zine of Goat vs. Fish. So if you wish the zine of Goat vs. Fish, become a $5 a month patron, and then your name will also be listed on the Goat vs. Fish patrons list on upcoming YouTube videos of Goat vs. Fish. So that's a fun versus. Goat vs. Fish. Let's count the verses. Let's count the verses. Basically a billboard. Goat vs. Fish is basically a billboard for Goat vs. Fish. Let's count the verses.
Do you be goat?
Goat have 3,300 verse points. Celebration! Levitating bean with 1,000 bits for Goat!
Do you be goat?
Levitating bean with 1,000 bits for Goat!
Be goat or a fish? Don't sit on the fence.
Bean! bean, 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 bean. 4,300 for goat, 4,300 for goat. 4,300 for goat. 4,300 for goat. Celebration for goat, celebration for goat. Bean comes through again with 4,300 for goat. Comes through again with 1,000 more bits for goat. Appreciation. Appreciation for your support of Goat vs. Fish. It means the verses to Goat vs. Fish. Goat vs. Fish brings the verses to you, and we give you the verses freely, but we appreciate all support for Goat vs. Fish. All support for Goat vs. Fish. We will put it directly towards Goat vs. Fish. Directly towards Goat vs. Fish. Doobie 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 doobie. 4,300 for goat. 1,545 for fish. That is a triumph for goat. That's a triumph for goat. Horse cat says goat. Horse cat says goat. That's another goat. That's another goat from Kick. Celebration for goat. Let's get one more goat in the verses. One more goat in the verses. One more goat in the verses. Let's get a goat. Let's get another goat. Goat have out versus the fish with 4,300 to 1,545. So that's goat.
Versus fish came up to me and said a goat or a fish. Which one do you be? Do you be goat or a fish?
Goat. That's goat. That's another verses for goat. That's another verses for goat. That's two verses for goat. But how many goat and fish are there? Fish. 1s, 2s, 3s, 4s, 5s, 6s, 7s, 8s, 9s, 10s, 11s, 12s, 13s, 14s, 15s, 16s, 17s, 18s, 19s, 20s, 21 fish. 1s, 2s, 3s, 4s, 5s, 6s, 7s, 15, 16 goat. There are more fish. There are more fish than goat. More fish than goat. Fish get another verses. Fish get another verses. Celebration for fish. Celebration for fish. Oh, don't go singing about fences when it's time for fish. Don't go singing about fences when it's time for fish. Celebration for fish. Celebration for fish. Celebration for fish. And that would seem to be the verses. Even verses for goat and fish. But there is a verse breaker. There's a verse breaker. There's a breaker of unification. And that is the YouTube of Goat vs. Fish. Goat vs. Fish is currently living streaming to YouTube as well. And there has been an ongoing poll on the YouTube. There's been an ongoing poll on the YouTube since the beginning of the living stream. And as we can see, Fish has 57% of the vote. There are 23 votes, and 57% of the vote go Fish. 35 for goat, fence sitter pitiable, 9%. That would mean that fish are taking the poll on the YouTube. And the poll will count for a versus. The fence breaker. Fish. Digital DAC high. Fence breaker goes to fish. And if you don't like that versus, then why don't you go to YouTube and vote for Goat vs. Fish and subscribe to Goat vs. Fish and ring the bell for notification to Goat vs. Fish. That's 3 verses for fish. That's 3 verses for fish. That's 3 verses for fish. Digital DAC, are you goat or fish? It appears that the fish have triumphed over the goat this versus. The fish, the fish, the fish do triumph, the fish do triumph over the goat. The fish, the fish, the fish do triumph, the fish do triumph over the goat. The goat put up a mighty fine versus, but the fish do triumph over the goat. The fish, the fish, the fish do triumph, the fish do triumph over the goat. Radiation! Jammed Tomb Art is raiding Goat vs. Fish. Jammed Tomb Art is raiding Goat vs. Fish. Jammed Tomb is raiding Goat vs. Fish, and Melissa Clement comes in for Fish on the YouTube for Fish. Celebration for Fish. Be sure to subscribe and ring the notification bell for Goat vs. Fish. Jammed Tomb comes in for Fish. Adding insult to Goat. We've got Fish. We've got a radiation of Fish. We've got a 6 Fish raid and a declaration of Fish on YouTube for Fish. Adam Brainstopper says Fishk. Celebration for Fish. Fish. The Fish heard that it was a triumph for Fish, and in come the Fish, and in come the Fish 2 versus the Goat. Fish with the triumph. Fish with the triumph. Jammed Tomb. Your stream was a dream. Now you see the true verses. That is Goat versus Fish. Jammed Tomb, we give a shout out to Jammed Tomb for your epic radiation of 6 to Goat versus Fish. Shame and depression for Goat. Depression Goat. Depression Goat. Sad Goat. Don't worry, Goat. There's plenty of fish in the verses. There's plenty of fish in the verses. Sad for Goat. Sad for Goat. Sad for Goat! But at least you came to the verses. At least you came ready to versus the Fish. Unlike those fence sitters. Don't know anything about Goat versus Fish. Wouldn't know if versus Goat or Fish if the verses depended on it. Celebration for Goat versus Fish. I have your magnet on my fridge and your sticker on my computer tower because I respect and honor the verses. That's how you should do it. That's how you should do it. That's how you should do it. Do all of these things. Do all of these things. We have declared triumph for Fish. We have declared triumph for Fish. Yes, I'm John also has those things. Yes. We go here to the verses. And we make it written. This verses was that the verses went for Fish. Fish take the verses. Fish take the first verses of the giant chalkboard. Now that is a claim to celebration. That's a claim to celebration. That's a claim to celebration. Huge claim to celebration. Huge claim to celebration. Ham Mods, our newest patron to Goat vs. Fish. Oh. Fish take the first verses of the giant chalkboard, and we're going to give an honorable, we're going to give Fish of the Verses. Fish of the Verses. Fish of the Verses goes to Ham Mods for becoming a patron of Goat vs. Fish, which entitles them to a zine, a bi-monthly zine of Goat vs. Fish, and their name on future YouTube videos of Goat vs. Fish. Fish of the Verses goes to Ham Mods. Celebration. Fish of the Verses goes to Ham Mods. I am 0101 is saying some is showing ass to Goat vs. Fish. Live on Twitch. They were just showing ample posterior to Goat vs. Fish, as if it's not something Goat vs. Fish does not see every verses when we arise and another verses when we asleep, as if this is something new to Goat vs. Fish. As a matter of verses, we see plenty of this every verses of Goat vs. Fish. It is rather common to Goat vs. Fish. So we appreciation you attempting to get your attention with this verses, but we see plenty of that all over the universe. So, are you Goat or are you Fish? Are you Goat or are you Fish? And welcome to Goat vs. Fish. Definitely something you would see on Kick. Definitely something that you would see on Kick. Jam Tomb, appreciation for the radiation. Always Fish here. Always Fish here. Oh, yes. Oh, it is not. Goat versus Fish does not despair at this, but we do wonder if that ample posterior, if it belongs to a goat or if it belongs to a fish. And Goat versus Fish can do this, of course. Please, Goat versus Fish. You think that you're the only one who can do this? Oh, my. Oh, Goat versus Fish. It's content. Celebration for the exemplary content of Goat versus Fish. We could probably put that on the interwebiverse and actually get some views for that versus. We bet that there are goat and fish who would watch that. They would really enjoy it. Oh, so we heard FootFest ban. Oh, my verses. It does add to the legend. It does add to the legend of FootFest, but it is a pitiable verses. Very pitiable verses. Very pitiable verses. That ass is not for sitting on fences. Oh, it's the best verses. It's the best verses there is. You find a superior versus for Goat versus Fish. Oh, but there is a goat. We need to give Levitating Bean. Levitating Bean gets Goat of the verses. Levitating Bean gets Goat of the verses. Levitating Bean gets Goat of the verses for their magnificent contribution to Goat versus Fish. To be recorded for all verses. To be recorded for all verses. Appreciation. Levitating Bean. Does a fish have an ass? Goat versus Fish thinks so. Oh, Goat versus Fish. As a matter of verses, yes. We can prove this. Let's see if Goat versus Fish can prove this now. As a bonus verses for Fish. Ah, here's the verses. Yes, Goat versus Fish has just the evidence you seek. Goat versus Fish has just the evidence you seek. Let's have a look at that verses. Goat versus Fish is always prepared for every verses. Does fish have ass? Why, yes. Why, yes, it does. Here is your evidence. Goat versus Fish brings the verses to you. You want fish ass? You've got it on Goat versus Fish. Goat versus Fish. Preparation for every verses. Preparation. H for fish, because Goat versus Fish is preparation to show you that fish. Okay, Goat and Fish, we appreciation your being here with Goat versus Fish, pure comedy. Oh, Goat versus Fish, it's as pure as it comes, as pure as it comes, as pure as it goes, as pure as it fishes, as pure as it goats. This has been a living live stream of Goat versus Fish. We hope you enjoyed your 20 bonus minuets of Goat versus Fish. But before we retire for this living stream of Goat versus Fish, we are going to once more watch the tribute to the late great George Lowe, the voice of Space Ghost, who has passed on to the verses beyond. This one's for you.
Celebration.
Thank you for this
and a half.
clarification. We've been wondering about how Groundhog's Day is actually goat versus fish.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes, well, I mean, all things are derivative of goat versus fish or fish versus goat, and
Seriously.
celebration for the
Yes,
you know.
yes.
It's
Even Adult Swim Space Ghost Coast to Coast is derivative of goat versus fish, which makes Civic TV 83 derivative of goat versus fish.
this makes sense to me.
Are we all inside of the Tommy Goat versus Fish Westfall universe? We're all in the snow globe together, folks. We're
Oh, I
all
see.
in there. Yeah.
I got pink eye.
Yeah.
Yes, and Pixar is always hinting at the next movie in the movie that you're currently watching.
That's right.
Because Planet
That's
Pizza.
right.
Yes.
So is the
Where are
next-
my royalties? Where are my royalties? I haven't had a gig in who knows how long. Did you buy my set? Did Adult Swim buy my set from me?
Oh.
I don't
found it
like
in a
this very much
dumpster.
at all. I used to be over there now, but now I'm over here. This isn't very comfortable.
Listen, they threw you in a
Oh,
dumpster,
Civic.
and I found your set, and finders keepers, dude. Now I make money off of it. You know, all the
You're
all the
an
money.
evildoer. You're a space thief evildoer, and I'm going to come to stop you as soon as I've had my breakfast.
Mr. Ghost, does this help you feel
Oh,
better?
Civic, you better watch out.
Oh.
Oh, ouch, 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 ouch. Oh.
You don't really know.
Remember?
Does that help?
Wait a minute. You're not Zorak. What have you done with my minions?
Sure I am. It's me, Zorak. Right?
I thought
get-
you
Civic, he's not
died.
buying it.
You're getting
Civic, he's not
old
buying
over
it.
there, Space Ghost. You might need to check your prescription. You know, get a little update over at America's Best eyeglasses and contacts. You know,
I can see. I have
Oh.
space vision.
space vision.
I can turn
Well, that makes
invisible, and then I can't even see myself in the mirror when I shave. I've got a manly chin. I'm just one of the guys.
A chin fucks, dude. That is a chin,
That's a great
It's a
shit,
chin.
yes.
dude.
Oh, I don't
Can't-
think we can say that on TV.
We're on
That's true, you can't say
Twitch.tv.
that on TV.
Space Ghost. You
Twitch?
should try it out sometime. Twitch.tv.
Oh, yeah?
Twitch.tv.
Is that a place where you can just use all of my stuff and not ask any permission and then just totally dodge copyright?
Exactly.
You've got the idea.
Yeah, you got it. You nailed it
Yes.
right there. Yeah, original
does sound
You
pretty
can
good.
watch movies,
Yeah, yeah.
listen to music that's copyrighted. It's fantastic. But just play a video game and not say a damn thing, and then people will give you money to do it.
Yeah.
Wait, I've always
Or
wanted
you
to
could be
ask
original.
this.
Mhm.
I've always wanted to ask this. Watch this, watch this. Am I getting enough oxygen? Ah, ha, 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 ha. I made a joke.
We're in space.
Because we're in space and the oxygen is not very prevalent out here.
You know?
I'm
I
also
don't
concerned
think-
about the lack of oxygen to my brain.
I don't
Yeah,
think
I
I'm
am
getting enough
concerned about
oxygen.
you
I'm
as
gonna
well.
pass out.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Mr. Space Ghost, I love you.
There he
Oh,
goes.
yeah.
Oh, he didn't hear you say that you loved him, Civic. You'll
It's
never have another
important.
chance.
It's important.
You'll
It's
never have another
important.
chance. You'll
It's
never have another
important.
chance. You'll
It's
never have another
important.
chance. You'll
It's
never have another
important.
chance, Civic. You loved him, Civic. He didn't hear you say that you loved him. He didn't hear you say that you loved him. He didn't hear you say that you loved him, Civic. You'll
It's
never have another
important.
chance. He didn't hear you say that you loved him, Civic. You'll
It's
never have another
important.
chance.
It's important
over
to
now.
neg your heroes. You know,
Yes.
if you ever find your heroes, don't worship them, neg them. You know?
Rest in verses. Space Ghost. Were you goat? Or were you fish? Were you goat or fish? It's time for irradiation. We have one viewer. We have one viewer on YouTube who we ask, are you goat or are you fish? These are the arts and crafts of goat versus fish. We are crafting these lovely goat and fish to put in the verses of goat versus fish. But it's time for radiation. It's time for radiation. Time for radiation of goat versus fish. So let's have a look at goat versus fish. Kick.tv/goat versus fish. How do we conduct a radiation? Yes, I'm John. On Kick, do we slash radiation, or don't you have to type some verses, or who shall we radiation? Who shall we radiation on Kick? Who shall we radiation on Kick? Who shall we radiation on Kick? That's the verses. On the creator dashboard, Goat vs. Fish is there. Stream preview, activity feed, mod actions, chat, session info, stream info. Liz is live. Okay. We can do that versus. Channel actions, banned words, set goals. Slow mode. We leave it to your recommendation. Yes, I'm John. We leave it to your recommendation. Ooh, Fishing Planet. Okay. That sounds like a fine versus. Muddy. They are just muddy. Slash raid. What's the verses? Slash host. Probably. Oh, my verses. It got fenced up. We'll give it to Goat versus Fish. Give us the straight versus. What? The live stream is over. Celebration for Goat. Celebration for Goat. Yes, the living stream has been going on for over 6 hours. Quataiba. And we appreciate you being here on Goat versus Fish. And we will count your goat. Please consider watching some YouTube videos of Goat versus Fish. And to, of course, watch next Goat vs. Fish Thursday. And to subscribe to Goat vs. Fish. Muddy _ 4x4 / host. Muddy _ 4x4 _ GMC. Join host. Yes, they're fishing. They're fishing all right. They're fishing. And they're holding a fish. They're holding a fish. Goat versus Fish has successfully hosted on Kick. We stopped the Kick verse. Fishing. Followed by Goat versus Fish. Nice fishing. YouTube, it has been a pleasance by Goat vs. Fish. We'll see you in the next verses. On the next verses of Goat vs. Fish and Triumph for Fish. Celebration for the Triumph of Fish. YouTube.